All right, welcome into the 2025 WQAM NBA Draft Special. Alongside Brennan Tobin, the great Tommy Tig, I am Alejandro Solana. Looking forward to having all of you along for the ride tonight as the Miami Heat, as it currently stands, I feel like I have to throw that in there, are set to select a player in the first round for the fourth consecutive year. The first time they've done that going back to 2002 through 2005. Tonight's NBA draft is live at the Barclays Center in New York City, but our draft special is taking place in downtown Miami. We are live, all three of us, at the Miami Heat's official draft watch party here at the Kaseya Center, where if you're a Heat fan and you wanted something to do tonight, I hope you RSVP'd. Tobin, this is pretty cool for Heat Nation. Anybody who's a big fan, you got the Vice court out, you got the Heat court out, you have the banners down, retired jerseys to my right, championship and Eastern Conference Finals banners to our left, photo opportunities everywhere. Pretty cool vibe at the Kaseya Center tonight.
No, an awesome vibe, and anybody who's excited about tonight, you got a whole night to kind of gather around because the Heat pick at 20 tonight. And this is the place to be. They got the Heat store here with the official draft hat as well. And it's going to be an exciting time because, like, look, this has become one of the very important parts of Heat building. You know, you have back-to-back years with the rookies making the all-rookie team and Jaime Jaquez and Kel'el Ware. Nico Jovic was kind of an interesting one that the Heat haven't done in a while. There's some very interesting international prospects there around where the Heat are drafting too. So this is a very exciting time for Heat fans to see what is going to be the next piece they add to their roster.
Tommy, you've covered the NBA for a very long time. You've obviously been a basketball fan for a long time as well. NBA draft night, when your team that you're following, that you're covering, has a selection in the first round, obviously you'd rather be the number one overall pick. You'd rather be the team selecting Cooper Flagg. There's no doubt about it. But still, having that pick in the first round, there's always some excitement around it.
Well, especially when these guys have done what they've done with their draft picks, right, going to Bam and to Tyler and to Jovic and to Ware and Jaquez. When they do what they do, you realize that at the 18th spot, they found somebody that was able to be a contributor, had a tough second year in Jaime. Khalil, a nice first year after sitting out the very beginning of the season. And Jovic, we see him coming along as well. So we kind of have an idea. We don't know what position they're looking at the moment because it depends on what the first 19 picks end up being, or maybe they move up or they move down. It remains to be seen. But we have an idea, knowing their track record, that they can do something when they're in that area of 20. This is only the third time they've ever been in this spot. Haven't done much with those picks in the past. So here's a chance to do something with it and could be a contributor. At least I think they want somebody who can contribute like those other guys I just mentioned.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll look back at the draft selections that Heat had taken at number 20 as well. But Tobin, you know, it's funny how there's this stigma that Pat Riley, you know, he only goes after the whales, and we'll talk about the elephant in the room tonight as well. The Heat were always kind of known as a team that didn't want to mess around with young guys. Like, go get me the older veterans. They had success doing that in 2006. Obviously, during the Big Three era, there's an element of it, but here you are, 4 straight years, and you're embracing not only I don't want to call it a youth movement, but you're embracing trying to develop guys, and you're finding them in the draft.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting that's happened over the last few years, they've spanned kind of the whole buffet of the draft. I thought, like, you know, there was a little bit of a theme going, starting with Bam, Tyler. They started going to the Kentucky guys. Even Pat would have the little poke in the fun after maybe Justice Winslow didn't work out as much as they wanted to, and saying, hey, we're going to this Kentucky route. And, hey, they found 2 really great players there. But, I mean, you think about them going to Jovic, young, international, developmental, Jaime, a 4-year player from a storied program. And then last year, Khalil, who just, I mean, has, like, the alien-like features, but, you know, had a couple of years in college, found his footing with Mike Woodson, a guy they really trusted. So I think that's what's been interesting is we've really gone in 3 different paths the last few years to not really get a beat on necessarily where the Heat may go. And it's a little bit similar to that here on this lower third of the first round is like, hey, there's 4-year guys that you might be interested in. There are guys that have even taken the Duncan Robinson route of like going from D3 to a D1 school. There's European players. So it's a little bit of a wide net. You don't really know and get the grasp because that front office has gone to each level the last 3 years.
Well, plus I like the idea of building through the draft, whatever the sport might be, whether it's football, baseball, or even in basketball, if you get the opportunity. But basketball, because you only play 5 guys in your rotation, you have maybe 8 or 9. it's important to draft really well. Miami has placed some guys in here that have an idea of what they're capable of doing as they continue to grow as players. So everybody likes what they have in the rotation with those players, but now you look at what you're going to pick up now. This is going to be another young player that kind of takes the pressure off. Sure, it works with free agency. We've seen that happen before, but think about it. The greatest player in Heat history was drafted by this franchise. It works in an awful lot of ways, especially for Miami.
All right, so let's dive into it. The Miami Heat 20th overall selection. It comes obviously via the Golden State Warriors. Miami acquired this pick with the Jimmy Butler trade right before the NBA trade deadline. As you're mentioning, both of you familiar territory here for the Miami Heat, kind of drafting in this range in the first round. Tobin, what do they need? What do you think is at the top of the priority when the Brain Trust, Draft HQ down here in the bowels of the arena, when they're looking at, okay, what are we going to do tonight? What's the approach going to be? Do they go with a more conservative approach? Maybe an older player, somebody with that college experience, a la Jaime Jaquez Jr., right? Not necessarily the same type of player, but somebody who's a little bit older, has that experience, probably could help you immediately, whether playing 15 to 20 minutes or kind of one specific role. Or tonight, is it about, you're talking about trying to find more talent. You're talking about trying to find more scoring. Do the Miami Heat take the big swing? Do they go for somebody who maybe is a little bit more raw but has a higher ceiling? What do you think the approach is tonight for the Heat?
Yeah, like I said, it's a little tough to gauge just because of where they've gone over. But if I look at this team and I looked at the young guys that they brought in last year, I thought Pella did a really good job of being like that rambunctious, intangibles, does everything from the backcourt. So I think that that's a great thing that they've found, but he's not necessarily known as a knockdown shooter. So it is interesting. Like you think about the age that Duncan Robinson's at. We don't know necessarily what's going to happen with his contract. And I think about, well, there was a time when they had Max Strus in the fold. There was a time where they even tried to make Cole Swider a thing. And I look at like the guys who have been in Sioux Falls or some of the young guys. I don't necessarily know if they got that next knockdown, as Spo likes to use the word, ignitable to go along if Tyler Hero's taking a minute out. So I do wonder about the replenishment of that. And then, I think that they are, two guys, 21, 22 years old. They're pretty happy with their young bigs and size, but you can always use more size in this league as well. So, but that was the one thing that stood out to me, Tommy, was like, who's the young guy that necessarily is coming up out of the young batch? A real talented crew, but not necessarily maybe a shooting specialist out of any.
Well, I hate to be Johnny Cliche, and I know a lot of guys like to use it. They're going to take the best available player when you're 20. Well, I'll tell you right now, okay, they're going to take the best available player. But looking at the roster, I look and I say, okay, you got the center that you got last year, and you got Bam playing in that position, and Jovic can be a hybrid or whatever you want to call him. I look at the backcourt. I still see some things, Brendan, when you look at Davion Mitchell and you're not sure of the situation, and you're looking at Stevens, and you're looking at some of the other guys that they have that play the position. Drew Smith is out at least until probably January. Terry Rozier, does he make a magical comeback and become the type of player they believe he can? That's why at least, I'm not the general manager. I don't want that position, but if I'm looking at what I see now at 20 and I see a guard that can lead you, how many times have we been looking for that? Even when Goran Dragic was here and Kyle Lowry was picked up, I think a young guard would be a big help to this clean, whether he could play as a combo guard or a point guard, but somebody can handle the ball and play some defense would be really nice to have here.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like Tommy perhaps could be describing a guy that a lot of people are linking to the Miami Heat, who is a champion at the collegiate level, Walter Clayton Jr. So what is Udonis Haslem doing? Just handing out like UF jerseys to everybody in the building for the past month? Because I imagine he is a big proponent of bringing in another Florida Gator.
Yeah, it was interesting, seeing you never know what to believe around these times, but it has been interesting. There has been a lot of Miami Heat Walter Clayton buzz. There was even a report yesterday from CBS saying that he had worked out for the Heat multiple times, had canceled workouts for anybody behind Miami. Yeah. So maybe he feels like he's got a, wink if it does get to that point, if he doesn't get scooped up beforehand. It is also lying season. We don't know what to believe. So it's not a lock, but I know that a lot of Heat fans were watching this guy and seeing what he was able to do for the Gators last year. I mean, he's a 39% shooter for his career. If it kind of goes into that realm, was at Iona. So played for Rick Pitino, kind of that hard edge. That a little bit of that Heat culture like that he's maybe used to. And then there was this viral clip that goes from the Final Four where he was asked, hey, dead or alive, give me 3 people that you want to have dinner with. And the first name out of his mouth was Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah.
So maybe he was talking this thing into existence. I don't know. But you can see why there's been so much buzz around in these last couple of days.
He kind of doubled down on it, too. He's like, Eric Spoelstra. Yeah, Eric Spoelstra. And then he goes with Rick Roth, too, which I think anybody from Miami will appreciate. It would be cool, though, right, Tommy, having that UF in-state connection. But aside from it, I do think it checks a lot of the boxes. I'm just thinking last year in the postseason, I mean, the Heat, we know what happened. The most lopsided defeat in the history of the NBA playoffs in a best-of-7 series. It was not good. The way this team, the last time we saw them here in this building, it was not pretty. And I think a part of it had to do with, a lack of weaponry on the offensive end. We know the Heat, what their mantra is, how they try to approach every single game. And at a certain point, that can only carry you so far, right? Like you need scoring in the modern NBA.
Mm-hmm.
The Heat always has prioritized defense, and this could be the year where they're saying, hey, we have to go out and get that multi-level scorer, somebody who can shoot threes, somebody who can take over a quarter, somebody who can, be able to alleviate things when Tyler Hero has 3 or 4 guys coming at him trying to take the ball out of his hands.
It's interesting putting Clayton out there if that's the type of – wherever he ends up in the draft, he's a player that likes the moment, and that's – any team would love to have a player like that. And not just because of that. In the year before, in his final game of that season, 33 points against Colorado. So he was showing signs that he was ready for the pros then. But by making the jump back into college basketball, becoming the type of player he's become, he's even more comfortable within his own skin in being the type of leader that he can become. And that's exactly what this team seems to need coming off the bench. They love mature type of players. You guys mentioned it, 3-4 year type of guys that we have on this franchise that just seem to work. And if he has half the career that Udonis Haslem had, or Mike Miller, or some of these guys coming out of Florida, I mean, look at some of the other players from those great Florida teams back 2006 and 7, had some decent NBA career. Al Horford hasn't retired that I know of just yet. Joakim Noah was a pretty good player for his time. So I just get the feeling I like the pedigree. I like what Golden did to that college franchise. And, I just think that wherever the kid ends up, it'd be great he was here. It's great wherever it's going to be because he's going to help whatever team he ends up on.
And you just think about those, the guys who are experienced. Jaime just came out like a bat out of hell that first rookie year. He was just ready immediately. And once he got to that point, there was a bit of a wall because he dealt with some ankle injuries and things like that. But if you're talking about, hey, Miami is going to need to find somebody who can fit around it, there is something we can rely on that. Because, look, the Heat do want to trust guys right off the bat. We see with a guy like Nico, there was a process of hey, this kid needs to get his body right and get into the system. And the same thing with Kalel of just being hey, you need to know the defensive prowess. It's a little bit when you go to those backcourt guys, and especially ones with experience who have the ball in their hands, it seems like the trend is with Spo, he's going to go to those guys and give them the opportunity a little bit sooner.
You mentioned getting their body right. I think, that was the big takeaway for Kalel Ware because he exploded onto the scene last year. We're waiting for him to play. We're waiting for him to get minutes. We're waiting for him to finally enter in that rotation. There's that game against San Antonio where, man, it felt like we were on top of the world with Bam and Kalel on the floor together. And it was probably the best game of the season in terms of just the offense exploding onto the scene, and you did it with the 2 bigs. You did it with the 2 big guys that you wanted to see together, and then there's that 2-3 week stretch, right, Tobin, where he's in the front for running for a Rookie of the Year voting-wise. Out of nowhere, he just jumps up, and then you kind of see the growing pains come out of nowhere, where you also understand, hey, it's part of the process, but there was that element of you need him to pack on some muscle. You need him to almost get into NBA shape. Leads me to my point, which is I can't imagine the Miami Heat going with another center in tonight's NBA draft, right? Is that almost out of the question just based on where you need help in terms of depth and position? Or do, as Tommy was saying, you almost just kind of feel like you go best player available?
Yeah, I think I'm with. Look, if there is somebody that they can impact on that bench, even if he's got a little experience, I don't think that's ever something that is bad to have because it was a little tough to gauge last year with the roster just because, Kevin Love dealing so much with personal stuff with his family. He wasn't very available for Miami, so it's kind of hard to expect K Love to be hey, jumping from the sky, give us that 8 and 8 rebounds off the bench right away. So maybe they'll feel a little bit more comfortable with Love coming back this year, and they don't feel as pressed to go into that. But then you also wonder about Love's age and like how much is he a producer for you anymore, or is he in the late Udonis Haslam role of like he's there for morale and leadership? So I can see it both ways. Like again, I think Tommy's right. I don't think you necessarily rule out, but certainly I think Miami's in the position where they think Kalel is the center of the future. Him and Bam just seem like they have a good gravitas with one another. I thought that he showed a lot of great chemistry with Jovic as well, like when that was really growing off the bench. So there's certainly an element. There's still game that he has to get to. He's not completely ready for everything yet, but that's okay. Like if you're 21 years old, going to be 22. There's plenty of room for growth there. So I agree, Solana, and I think that guard is definitely probably the more pressing issue. But if there's one that they just feel like, hey, the board falls this way, it's too good to give up, then maybe they go that way.
Hey, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think you agree with me that you both felt the same way. When you put Jovic out there with Ware and Bam, every once in a while, people talked about, hey, so many things the three of them can do if their strengths are out there on the floor at a time. And then all of a sudden, Jovic gets hurt in Milwaukee, and the next thing you know is you have to try to figure something out. And teams started figuring what Ware likes to do. So that's why you had the regression in the 10-game losing streak. And then after that, you never got back to that. I want to see that again. Right from the start of training camp, those three guys out there and not worry about anybody else out there on the roster. But as far as who gets picked where, if there's a possibility of gaining a center, hey, if the next Will Chamberlain is sitting out there at 20, I'm all for going for a center. But otherwise, if you got another developmental type of player and that's the best person out there for your franchise, go for it. But I still think you have needs based on what we saw at the end of last year that you can grab at 20.
I think also just to jump in here quick, Solana, on those guys, what's going to be cool this summer, they say the reports are that Kalel's going to get a couple of games in summer, so it'll be cool to see because usually the Heat, that second summer league season is almost like, hey, we're going to give you a little bit more as the leader of this and see where you fit in there. And then on the same token, but on the other side of the earth, Nico's going to be playing for Serbia in Eurobasket. And, I mean, this is a kid who's played up to the gold medal game a couple of years ago in the FIBA World Cup. Didn't have as much of a role last year, but made himself available even with the broken ankle that he had. And so now this year is a year he talked about, this is going to be my first true summer. He's been putting in work with the Serbian team. He's been putting in work here. I really cannot wait to see what this kid looks like when we get a little look of it in August before we get to the season.
Yeah, and not just because you're a big Niko Jovic fan. That's well documented, Tobin.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, me neither. I'm with him as well. What you saw from him last year, it starts with the game winner that he hits in Minnesota, and then you start seeing more and more of a role being carved out for him as that sixth man. There's clearly tremendous upside there, which, based on reports, if the Miami Heat were not willing to part with either Kalel Ware or Niko Jovic, you would imagine those two will get the opportunity next season. There's no doubt about it. We're going to talk more about that. We've talked about Walter Clayton Jr. There's some other names that mock drafts have tied to the Miami Heat at number 20. What about the possibility of the Miami Heat trading the number 20 pick, whether they're going to move up, whether they're going to get some more assets in the future? We'll navigate those waters as we are live. Tommy Ty, Brendan Tobin, I'm Solana from the 2025 Miami Heat NBA Draft Party. If you're driving out to the Kaseya Center right now, you just left work, or you're coming from home, we're right here pretty much in the middle. You hear Mike B and Uptown Dale in the background. This is a really cool event for Heat fans. If you're coming by, come find us at the WQAM setup and say what's up. Coming up later this hour, by the way, maybe a couple of Heat legends as Bernie walks by us.
That's a Heat legend.
That's a legend right
Yes,
there,
sir.
Bernie.
No doubt about it. Again, Tobin, Tommy Tig, and Solana will take you up until the Miami Heat select number 20. Live from the Kaseya Center, this is the 2025 NBA Draft Special right here on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
This hurricane season, keep it on AM 560 Sports WQAM. For hurricane coverage, as we partner with CBS Ford to bring you the latest storm information. Hurricane coverage on WQAM comes from the Paul Baines Roofing Hurricane Center, serving Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. Whether it's a new roof, repair, or 24/7 emergency service.
I'm Paul. Give me a call
at 954-981-7663 or paulbainesroofing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats.
One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75, and stress, my age, of course, I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. You'll receive pro-level care from the sports medicine experts. Recover your game. DiscoverUHealthSports.com.
Shop over 22 acres of inventory and shift into new Chevy Silverados with 20 grand off at Ed Moore's Sawgrass Chevrolet. Chevy, together, let's drive. Approved credit, select models, discount from MSRP plus tax tag, title, and fees. Dealer has details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day.
Who let the dogs out?
Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Have you downloaded the free Odyssey app and made WQAM your favorite station? Do it. Listen to us live or on demand and use the rewind feature to go back and listen to any part of any shows you might have missed.
Time for more coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft. Let's head to the Kaseya Center with Tobin and Solana on the home of the Miami Heat. AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to our WQAM Draft Special. We're live from the Kaseya Center. It's Solana, it's Tobin, it's Tommy Tig. Tommy, good to see you, by the way. I see Tobin all the time. So, good to see you, too, Tobin.
Always a pleasure to see both of you. I know it's coming close to basketball season when I do see you.
You win a Miami New Times Award, and they forget about you, Tommy. You know?
What's the Miami New Times?
He was named Best Radio Personality.
Wow. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Who?
Solana.
Oh, you were?
You carried me, Tommy.
I carried?
Me. Yeah.
I can't carry anything anymore. I barely can carry my lunch into this building.
I dedicated the award to you. You carried me throughout the entire season, third straight season.
Oh, really? Well, thank you very much. When's the award show? I can't wait to walk up there with you.
This is it right here.
That's it.
This is it.
You handed me a T-shirt earlier, and that's my award. There
Wow. Congratulations.
One time it was like at the Frost Museum. You got to go see an octopus while they were just like hobnobbing with you. You don't get anything. They were just like, hey, you want to bid on some art?
Thanks, but no thanks.
We're live at the Kaseya Center for the Miami Heat's official draft party. And there's pretty cool opportunities here. You can take some free throws. Tobin, I've been telling Tommy for years.
Oh, wait till you hear this one.
I'll go
9 of 10.
9 of 10. Easy.
9 of 10.
From the free throw line. Easy.
Do you go granny style?
No, I don't go Granny style.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't think you'd be rattled here?
I don't think so.
There's There's not many people down at this end. I think he'd be fine.
You know
Most
how
of the party's over to the other side, the left.
You know how you said Walter Clayton Jr. What he likes, Tommy did. What he likes about him is he lives for the moment. I'm the same way. That's how I feel about my my free throw
And that's
game.
where the comparison ends. You got plenty of time, buddy. Get your butt out there.
It is really
15
cool,
feet
though.
away, like Gene Hackman said.
It's cool to see the kids out here. They get to take some shots on the Heat court. Bernie's there doing some meet and greets with people. It's a heck of a setup the Heat have put out here for the NBA draft party tonight.
Just as an aside, we have I don't know if I can show our Twitch and YouTube audience over here the actual banners, all the retired players in Heat history. Yeah, Alonzo Mourning, number 33. Tim Hardaway, number 10. Shaquille O'Neal, 32. Chris Bosh, number 1. Dwayne Wade, number 3. And the most recent member here in the Raptors, Udonis Haslem. They're all kind of hanging here. Cool photo opportunities for anybody that's coming. Just as an aside, gentlemen, who's the next number to go up, in your opinion? Is it ultimately LeBron James when he retires? Is that? I think that's the expectation. Number 6 at some point.
Well, we now
will
know
hang.
who he thinks it's going to be, Brendan. Go ahead. He said, who's the next one that's going to be up there? He just let the cat out of the bag.
I mean, I certainly think nobody's gotten his number since he's left, so I think that would lead you to believe that will happen one day. I mean, I don't know when LeBron's going to stop playing basketball at this pace. I mean, Bam may retire before LeBron, the way that LeBron just keeps going. But no, I think that's an obvious one. I think 13 is well on his way to getting in the rafters one day. The way that he's been playing, I think the last real piece that he's got to get is that championship. That's the last thing on Bam's resume, and he knows it because everybody else up there, other than Tim Hardaway, knows that they can shine a ring in his face, and so he wants to be in that class with them.
You know what's kind of interesting about it? I was thinking about this by being at Junior Heat basketball camp the last couple of weeks. You talk about the next couple of numbers are going to be up there. Up in the rafters, way in front of us, you look at number 6 and you look at number 13, and 23 is already retired by Mr. Riley for Michael Jordan. That gives it away. 6 and 13 are going. It's just a question of who gets out of the game faster.
Right.
And the way you mentioned it, you might be correct that number 13 could be next. But I do see both of those numbers going up there. I can't think of anybody else close, to be honest with you. Forget the current team that's been in the last few years that would really deserve an honor such as that.
Heat fans don't like that, right?
What?
13 and 23, like for whatever reason, that really drives people nuts.
Look, I don't want to get on takes that I've had on the radio for a long time, but I at least appreciate it's no longer a Bulls jersey. It's now just a number.
Right.
I think it's I like the honor now. It's up there. It's not an actual Dolphins jersey. We get it.
But you agree with the 13 and the 6. That's the idea that
Yes.
I had.
Oh, yes. for sure,
So I have no problem with it being up there.
Well, listen, I think, certainly Jimmy Butler had some great runs here, but I would say them giving the number to Andrew Wiggins right away gave you a little bit of a window into what they're thinking there. So
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, too.
that's going to need – hey, they say time heals all wounds. That one's going to need some time.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, man.
So if we're talking next, it's going to take some time.
Well, if we would have had this conversation in 2015, there's no way I'm assuming 6 gets up here either. So maybe time does.
Oh, I don't know about that. I
heal
think
all
6
wounds.
was going to get there no matter what because 32 left with a bad taste in his mouth.
That's true, too.
And
Yeah.
Pat then said when he retired the number, that was the biggest thing that we've ever done because it started what happened. 05-06 became the beginning of what we think is outstanding Heat basketball for a 10-year period.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Miami Heat select number 20 overall. But before we get there, a couple other storylines going into today. So Cooper Flagg is going to go number 1, right? Like there's
that's what they say.
None of you want to.
Well, you're a
jump
betting
out on the
man
ledge here,
and supposedly if you bet your $2, you have to bet $2,000 to win $2.
I think you got to bet like $100,000 at this
To get
point
two?
to get $8.
For him not being the number 1 pick. So I'm going to go with the experts on this one. Yes.
Yeah, I'll
Flag
look
to
up,
Dallas.
I'll look up exactly what the line is at right now. But my guess is you got to lay a lot of money on the line in order to just get $100 Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks. What's that going to look like in your mind, Tommy? Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving is reportedly signing a new extension there. We know he's coming off the major injury. Who knows what the roster is going to look like as they start to fill things out. But look, I think you and I talked about it during the end of the season, especially during the NCAA tournament. He's legit.
He is.
Everything that needs to be or has to be said about him has been said. But that's certainly an interesting dynamic there in Dallas.
Well, the last 3 weeks, I've heard him compared to Scottie Pippen defensively, Jason Tatum offensively, and a combination two-way player of Grant Hill. I can't think of any player south of Michael Jordan and north of LeBron James that meets that criteria. I get the feeling this kid's going to be good. If he's going to be that good on either end of the floor, and I think he's really, in a way, I wouldn't say a work in progress. He's a little bit more established than that offensively, but I think defensively he just knows how to play the game. And I think within time, with the guys that Alejandro just mentioned, I think there's no question in my mind he's a can't-miss prospect, to say the least.
It's going to be an interesting thing for him, too, because while it's definitely got to be a nice elixir in Dallas that, hey, they get the number 1 pick after a Luka Doncic trade that their fan base did not approve of.
Yeah.
How much pressure goes into that for him? Because immediately you have this wonder kid in Luka Doncic who just set the world on fire, was the heir apparent to Dirk Nowitzki. All of a sudden, overnight, he's gone. It feels like Cooper Flagg, with all this hype that's behind him, now not only that, you have to live up to this legacy of a guy that everybody was heartbroken was traded.
Well, it depends. If he's the type of player that people say he is, that he's a Magic Johnson, even though he doesn't play the same style of ball, or a Larry Bird type player, it never bothered them, Brendan. It really never did when they first came in there, taking over legendary franchises. Not saying that Dallas is in that position there, but they had a great player, Dirk Nowitzki, who never felt the pressure at any time to succeed. And people are saying that this Flagg kid is going to resemble that. He may get off to a slower start than maybe people hope in the Dallas area. I still think you're looking at a player that's going to be phenomenal. Maybe not right out of the blocks, but you're going to look at him after a few games and say, because it took Wembanyama at least half a season to really start going with San Antonio. I think you take that into consideration with Flagg, how he works with the other players.
When you think back to LeBron James 2003, the most hyped prospect at the time ever, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tommy, but certainly in my lifetime and even after.
You're right.
But following that, what is it then? Wemby, Tobin, Wemby, then Zion. I think Cooper Flagg is maybe a little bit under Wemby, but above the hype for Zion Williamson coming out, right? Because even
without
then,
a doubt,
there was some John Morant, I guess, questions and whether or not he would overtake him.
The Zion, shoe exploding, there was a lot of Zion buzz for sure. But I feel like the Cooper Flagg was they didn't even need to see the college season. It was because you remember that it was the Team USA that workout where he was there with Jaime.
That's
and
right.
Jaime Jaquez.
That's
They were
right.
like, oh, yeah, Jaime played good. But everybody's talking about this guy, Cooper Flagg, and how he did in the scrimmage for Team USA. So that hype has been there, basically bar none. He's super young. He reclassified in high school, youngest guy in the draft as well. So he kind of has the whole workaround. That hype has definitely been real. It's been crazy. And so, we'll see what he's able to do, but I think he's built for this. It looks like it's going to be an interesting one for him.
Look at that. Michael McCullough is here with us. Pretty much the brand architect of the Miami Heat. Michael, would you like to share with our audience what the next Heat jersey is going to be? Come on, give us the scoop, Mike. Come on.
You're not going to hear that till January.
He's not going to share it, Solana. Get out of here.
John,
Doesn't matter how many awards you win. I think after this week, no one's sharing anything with me. Especially after the post KD show for me.
Yeah.
But no, look, that kid is going to be. He looks like he's going to be special for sure. And then it's going to be interesting to see where it looks like Harper's going to be the next one at 2. It seems like that's where all the buzz is. This 3 is where it's going to get crazy because first of all, you got the Sixers who ended up there. You want to talk about, karma of basketball not deserved. They have everything go wrong last season. They end up with the number 3 pick. And the only thing that seems to be going in their way, at least a little bit, is, hey, he doesn't want to be there.
Well, he doesn't seem to want to be anywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people are sitting there wondering, hey, I'm a fan of that program. It's hard to believe. And they finished under 500 with a player that went number 2 and went number 3. That's what people thought in the draft. But because Ace Bailey decides not to try out for about 5 or 6 teams right in that ballpark area, it changes the whole perspective of the draft. But he's going to be drafted in the top 10. At least most people seem to believe that. And it might be a steal for somebody down around 8, 9, and 10. But, it remains to be seen. They're going to get a good player. There's no question when you're drafting 3rd.
All right, let's try to sneak in a break here because we're expecting to be joined by a couple of Heat greats. So let's do this. Let's try to take a break. We're live from the Miami Heat NBA Draft Show at the Kaseya Center. You're listening to WQAM's Draft Special in 2025 on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Super savings start now at Kendall Toyota with huge savings on the best-selling Toyota Tacoma and Toyota Tundras with up to $5,000 off new 2025 Toyota Tundra Crew Cab SR5s. It's all at Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out our adventurous drink menu, second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree man-sized drafts.
Lindstrom Air are the AC pros, keeping you cool when it matters most. Quality service on your plumbing too. Let Lindstrom take great care of you. Yeah, I love those guys.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Trax.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Panthers have done it again, back-to-back champs. Are you geared up with championship gear? Caneswear in Davie has jerseys, shirts, hats, and more. Visit the store in Davie or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot South Florida sports fans shop.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 89cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
89cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 89cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 89cash.com. That's 89cash.com. 89cash.com.
Cool way to listen to WQAM, the free Odyssey app. Download it today and make us your favorite station. Same great shows, same great games. Plus, you can use the rewind feature and listen to anything you missed. Hurry!
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to our WQAM Draft Special, live from the Kaseya Center. Pleasure to have all of you along for the ride today. The plan, hopefully, is to have a couple Heat legends stop by here, Glenn Rice and Alonzo Mourning. At least, hopefully, one of them. Khalil Ware is here also. He might stop by. And if you are headed out to the Kaseya Center tonight, and maybe we just caught up some traffic or whatever, Tobin, Solana, and Tommy Tag, all three of us are here. Overlooking the Miami Heat, one of the Miami Heat courts that are set up here. A lot of really cool activations. There's a Heat store, of course, so you can pick up your NBA draft hat, the official one. You got picture opportunities. You got Bernie here. It's a cool event tonight, no doubt. We were just kind of just picking up where we left off there, Ace Bailey. It's a weird circumstance because, Tommy, in this age of player empowerment, you understand where a player is going to do everything he possibly can to try to dictate, what's best for him, right? Ultimately, the outcome that they want. And it's becoming more and more, I would say, prevalent in not just the NBA, but across sports. But then you have somebody like Paul George the other day come out and say, well, why don't you actually get into the league and then show everybody that, you have what it takes to do something like this, to pull a move off like this. And I feel like most people, they probably side with that. But at the end of the day, it's a new age. And, the likes of Ace Bailey are going to be few and far between.
Well, it's getting to the point now where it's almost like college football. Well, Shedeur Sanders decides to have the pro day with, all of his receivers out there and throwing 85% into air with nobody covering. That's great. You're going to look wonderful. Basketball now, it's falling into that trap. And I don't know how that's going to affect Bailey, whether it affects him financially. I mean, if he doesn't want to go to Utah, he doesn't want to go to Washington, he doesn't want to go to Charlotte, where the heck does he really want to go if he's turning down Philadelphia for a workout? I just think to myself, okay, fine. He's got to have something in mind that he wants to do. And I don't know what direction he's looking, but the more the merrier that you could possibly get him. Glenn Rice, I think, is going to stop by after he saw that I was here. Isn't that kind of him?
Was that Tommy? Was that Tommy? I heard.
As I was in the midst of talking about Ace Bailey, let's talk about a real legend.
Tommy, when's the last time anybody was that excited to see you? I mean, Glenn Rice is
surely not my wife.
Thrilled.
Tommy's my guy, man. I'm telling you.
I told his sons to do that. That's why he turned around and came back.
Glenn Rice is here sitting down with us. He is, no doubt, a Miami Heat legend. And by the way, was drafted pretty high in the first round by this organization back in 1989. Feels like just yesterday.
Yeah, it does. I'm still happy about it, though.
Tommy and I were looking at videos on YouTube of the nice tan suit, Glenn.
Yeah, was I looking good or what? I'd be the laughing stock right now. You pull that up. Yeah. You couldn't tell me I wasn't clean back then when I had it on.
Do you still have fond memories of that day? You remember it like it was yesterday, I imagine, Glenn?
I do. That's a moment that I'll never forget. Throughout the high school, junior high, college, working so hard, and finally getting an opportunity to have that dream come true. And you walk up there and in my nice tan suit, and you get announced that you're the 4th pick and you go into the Miami Heat. Yeah, I'll never forget that.
There might be a sense of relief of getting picked by anybody right then and there. But when does it really start hitting you that it's the Miami Heat? How much did you know about them at the time? And how much was the excitement not only being picked 4th, but being picked by a franchise like that surely needed you?
Yeah, like you said, the anticipation and the thought of just being drafted is first and foremost. But then when you find out that at that particular time, the Miami Heat was a young organization. It was the 2nd year in the NBA. And I was super thrilled because I got an opportunity to grow with the organization at that particular time that was very young. And I'd never seen, outside of basketball, I'd never seen anything like Miami. I mean, when you talk about the culture, the people, everybody always like to say the women. I'm gonna say the beaches.
They didn't have beaches or women in Arkansas?
Yeah, no. Our beaches kind of like sitting around a cup. But that was like different for me, and knowing that I had an opportunity to be able to grow in that aspect as well, it was I was tickled to death.
Glenn, would you, at this point now, because he is an all-time franchise leader in three-pointers, do you relinquish the crown as Heat, Michigan Wolverine, greatest shooter to Duncan Robinson, or is it still you?
I know you didn't even let them words come out your mouth. You kidding me? Listen, the only reason why he got there is because he shoots so many of them. Now, where my shoes at? I had an opportunity to scout Duncan Robinson a lot. And when I seen this kid shooting the basketball, I had no doubt in my mind he was going to be one of the great shooters in the NBA. And because he's a Michigan guy, go blue, it's no hard feelings. I'll move over for a little bit, but by no means am I anointing him the best shooter. By no means.
I remember there was a camp. Bam Adebayo had the audacity to claim he could outshoot you. I know that have you been impressed with the 3-ball that he added this year?
Hey, but you guys didn't taste what he had in his cup. Bam, come on. Bam was trying to get hits on social media. That's what he was trying to. Now, you know what? Bam is my guy, and Bam understands that he got to put in a whole lot of work even now to be able to, go out there and compete with me when it comes to shooting 3-pointers.
Who's the current player after you hung it up, Glenn, where, maybe you're in the gym and maybe it's Bam. They're talking a little smack to you and you just wish you could throw on your shoes and go show them, who you were back in the day.
Everybody. Everybody. You don't even have to talk trash to me. Just me looking at you, shooting all them 3-pointers and you thinking you one of the best shooters. Yeah, I'd like to get any one of them in the gym and show them that they're dead wrong.
There are so many people I've talked to from the 80s and the 90s who would always say, when you try to compare that era to now, they don't want to do it because they say, look, when I played, basketball was great the way that it was,
right.
Taking nothing away from now. But how much do you think what you were able to do could translate into what they do today as opposed to when you played back in the 90s?
Yeah, I think a lot. And for the simple fact, because I could shoot 3-pointers. And I was a big guy. I was a lot bigger than most small forwards at that time. And I had durability. And I was dead-eye. So back then, if I shot 4 3-pointers in a game.
That was too many.
That was too many. So if I was from the get-go knowing that, hey, I can jack up 15 3-pointers and the coach will not say anything, come on.
So when you hear these press conferences, we're supposed to tell them like, hey, Tyler, get 20 up. That has to just be like, are you crazy?
Man, I'm sitting at home with my dinner napkin on with knives and forks. Just like, please call me. 10 days. Give me a 10-day.
The transition 3-on-1 transition pull-up 3 from 30, that's got to drive you nuts too, right? Because they would have taken you out of the game.
I probably wouldn't have worked on my layup game that much.
But when you talk about these the prospects, that growth from year 1 to 2, like what is the thing? What do you remember about like going from year 1 to 2 that you wanted to get right after getting a taste of the NBA?
Yeah, that's huge. I don't think a lot of people with just first looking understands how big of a transition that is. I mean, I came out of college. In college, I was able to do a lot of things because I was much bigger than most guys. When I came to the league, I had to work extra hard to try and get open. I had guys like Scottie Pippen guard me all the time, and that was difficult. And I'm thinking like, man, this guy's my height. He got the length. He's quick, and he's a great defender. So I understood that at night, instead of going to sleep, I had to think about how I had to get the edge on him so I can get my shot off. And just all I needed was a split second. And once I was able to learn how to do that, then it became much easier.
But even then, you looked as comfortable as ever from the day you first arrived. When did you start feeling, Glenn, that you really had it, not only in your shooting, but your overall game?
Well, it would have to be after All-Star break. I think at that
the first year?
In the first year. At that point in time after All-Star break, I realized that, okay, you know what? It's time to take the training wheels off. I understand what I got to do now, and I just got to go out there and just do it because it ain't like I was trying to learn how to shoot all over again. I understood how to do that very well.
Glenn, before we let you go, the Miami Heat, and this is something we've talked about, the Miami Heat, that with Pat Riley here, kind of known as throw all your chips on the table, go get the superstar, the all-star, the veteran players. And now, if the Miami Heat do select at number 20 today or in the first round, it'll be the 4th consecutive year that they're drafting a player in the first round. First time they've done that since 2002 to 2005, Dwayne Wade in the mix there.
Right.
What does it say? I don't want to say there's a shift in priorities or a shift in thought process, but that this Heat team, the guys in Draft HQ tonight are focused on trying to bring in young talent and develop them as well.
Yeah, when you look at it, I think they're always focused. The Miami Heat, Pat Riley and those guys, they always got a game plan, and, they got 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. So they're never thrown off. They're not going to miss a step, regardless if it's going young or best available. They're going to get the job done. So we never question anything about that. Pat Riley, that's my guy. That's the godfather. And, we're just fortunate to have him running the show.
Glenn Rice, genuinely appreciate you stopping by. If you see him out on the street, man, he's got his shoes ready to go, so don't challenge him.
Hey, man, come on. I stay ready to keep him getting ready.
I've heard that before.
G-Money, thank you so much, man. Really
thank
appreciate
you guys.
it. Yes,
all
sir.
Right.
There you go. Heat legend, Glenn Rice.
Thanks, Glenn.
He's not messing around, huh, Tobin? He's
I apologize
he's
for even
serious.
mentioning Duncan Robinson. He's right, but it is.
You'll
crazy.
remember that next time.
Tommy, when you said that, like the 4 3-pointers, I'm thinking like, man, how many times do we hear Spo say about Tyler? Like, I want to try 20. I want to like it's.
He used to do that with Wayne Ellington.
I know.
I mean, going back a few years.
That's got to be like you imagine a guy like Glenn Rice in a system like that in a day like that. It would have been just a playground for him.
I spent some time in a gym over in Pinecrest a couple summers with Glenn Rice. He was coming out to a basketball camp I was working at. He's not lying, man. Like, even kids who would kind of mess with him. You saw Tyler the other day. There was that video where he just swats a little kid trying to cross him over. Like, that really was Glenn Rice. If you challenge him, no matter who you are, he was going to try to show you up. 100%. He was going to try to show you up.
Well, he's been doing junior heat basketball camp for the last few years. That's how I know him so well. And kids don't know who he is. I mean, we're talking 6, 7, 8, 9, 12-year-old kids.
He was past my Tommy. I'm 31 years old.
Right.
By the time I remember watching basketball, he was pretty much out of the league by then.
Right.
So,
So I'm just saying, with him now, kids don't know who he is.
Right.
But all he has to do is step out to the 3-point line and start knocking down these high arcing bombs, and kids start realizing, oh yeah, I guess he did play in the NBA, whenever that might have been. With the Little Red Schoolhouse, stuff like that, peach baskets, but still, great shooters will be great shooters as long as they can do it.
It was, it is interesting because he's like one of the legendary guys that was here before Pat Riley, and it's cool seeing him and Alonzo Mourning here on the court together.
That's
here
right.
tonight, because it's such a seismic moment in the franchise. Zoe's kind of like the calling card to the Pat Riley era, but it is cool to see Glenn Rice harking before that, and seeing them both there together is a really, really cool thing as a Heat fan.
It is a little bizarre when you think about it, like knowing the past, knowing the history. But it's actually really, really cool that Glenn has not only been embraced by the Heat, but he's pretty much made a home here. Maybe because, Arkansas doesn't exactly hit the same.
They don't have beaches; they just have cups.
As a March in Miami. So I believe Alonzo Mourning is going to walk over here as well and throw some cans on.
A couple of Arkansas connections there. You got him and Kalel too.
That's right.
But it's a really cool scene to see this. They just had Kalel Ware out there as well, and we're all very excited for his second year. This man right here, Alonzo Mourning, basically like took a couple days after drafted, we saw Alonzo Mourning having a meal with Kalel Ware, taking him under his wing just to kind of welcome him into the Heat way. And I'm sure he's had to be thrilled to see what Kalel Ware did in his rookie year. Alonzo Mourning, thanks for sitting down with us. Really appreciate you. What do you remember about that first meal with Kalel Ware when after he got drafted, you welcome him into the Heat family, and what have you thought about the first year that he's had down here?
Well, my first words to him were welcome and let's get to work. And I told him, I said, you have the potential. You have the potential to be one of the greatest players in Miami Heat franchise history. I said, you have that potential. And I said, but you got to put in the work, and that's how we started off the conversation, and he's done just that. A lot of people fail to realize that he's 19 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you think about, how he started the season and how he ended it, he's made incredible strides, So if we can continue to see that type of progress, then, we're on our way as a franchise.
What does that balance look like, though? He couldn't really find his way into the rotation. Then all of a sudden, he's starting. He's being talked about as rookie of the year.
Yeah.
And the Heat, at that time, Zoe, they're looking for some help scoring the basketball.
Sure.
They obviously want him and Bam to coexist on the floor together. Bam has to shift over and play a whole new role.
Right.
How tough is it for not only a rookie but anybody to have to balance, okay, I need to help my team scoring. He can do that, but I also need to be a force down low while also just, hey, I'm a rookie trying to learn my way through the league.
Well, I mean, it's a step-by-step process. We know his skill level. We see it on a regular basis, especially when he's in practice. We see signs of the greatness. Now it's about putting in the work and developing a level of consistency. And that's just going to happen with time. Again, I echo this. I mean, he just turned 20, so, it ain't but so much you can expect from a 20-year-old kid.
especially with the pressures of the media and the coaches in his ear all the time, and you know, um, traveling to different cities and the crowds and the fans. It's just a whole lot to digest. It really is, But he's got a bright future. He really does, and mentally, he's in the right place. Because it didn't take too long where he was back in the gym after the season was over with, and getting the reps in and doing what he needs to do to be prepared for next season. So we're excited about his growth. We really are. We're excited about his growth. And this summer I've already seen him get better. This summer, just in his workouts. And so he doesn't have to be here. This is his time off. But that kind of speaks volumes that, he's kind of blocked out all the distractions as a kid.
So you've seen him here a lot. Like
And,
he's been in the gym like crazy in the summer.
He's been in the gym, and he's just putting the work in. So and he knows he's got to get stronger. And improve a lot of different parts of his game. And he's working on it. So I'm very happy and excited to see his development going into next year.
There's no question in anybody's mind you were a phenomenal player from the moment you stepped on the floor in the NBA,
Right.
but you obviously made strides between your first year and your second year.
Yeah.
What strides did you make that you hope he makes from year one to year number two?
To get stronger. We noticed the physicality of the game affected him a lot. It really did, and I could name several games, where he got moved a little bit too easily in that center position.
We know because Spoke called timeout every time.
Yeah. So he got moved around a couple of times, and he's just got to get a little bit more comfortable with his body, and from that perspective. But outside of that, his shot is there, and that's improving. And we just need him to be an ultimate defensive force in that paint, especially utilizing his length, his God-given length that he has, and his athleticism. He could be a phenomenal defensive force. But again, his body has to get stronger, and once his body gets stronger, he'll get a little bit more confident in some of the things that he's capable of doing.
Alonzo Mourning, no spoilers, but when you see these workouts, you guys bring in these kids.
Right.
Is there a certain trait you like to see from these guys? Is there something that maybe either you particular or you guys as an organization that like, all right, we know we could have something to work here with?
Well, first of all, you look at skill level, number one, and then with the combination of their mental approach to the workouts, and putting these players through these strenuous workouts, you want to see how they respond. And, when you got a table full of scouts and executives sitting over there on the side watching you, it becomes a little intimidating, when you're in the gym, so you're trying to do your best, and we want to see how, these players respond under those circumstances, and it speaks volumes. It really, really does. It really does speak volumes on how they respond in those situations, But, you got players that have been great in this league that had bad workouts as well. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get lucky. You really do. You got to get lucky. And I look at guys like Nico that was taken 27th. I look at Jaime, who was taken 18th, and then I look at Tyler, who was taken 10th. I mean, the list goes on. You look at Bam, 14th, and Bam. We didn't realize that Bam is, one day we're going to hang Bam's jersey in the Raptors.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we didn't see that, when we drafted him, So you never really know. You never really know. But you do your due diligence, which our front office does. They do an incredible job.
Of course.
Yeah, they do an incredible job, and then you introduce them to our development team and see how they respond, and it's a growth step-by-step process. And you saw that with Khalil, how he catapulted into the starting lineup by the middle of the season, but it was a process.
Zoe, before we let you go again, Alonzo Mourning, Vice President of Player Programs and Development, Heat legend, number 33.
Yeah.
Let me take you back.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of
Forget
Famer.
that. Come
Excuse
on.
me. Yeah, that's right. That's
Among
right.
many accolades.
Hey.
June 24th, Memorial Coliseum in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
I was looking at video yesterday on YouTube. There was just like blue tarp everywhere. The pomp and circumstance a little different. What do you remember about that day, being drafted to that Hornets team, going second overall in the spirit of the draft tonight? What do you remember about being at Memorial Coliseum in the 1992 NBA draft?
A lot of nervous energy, excitement as well, because I knew I was ready because, after competing against Patrick and Dikembe all those summers, I knew that if I could go against those guys, then I could play in the league.
Of course.
So I had a certain level of confidence because I was ready to go. I was like a young stallion, ready to be let out of the cage.
You were dressed like a stallion too, by the way.
I appreciate it. So and Big John, I had the best coach in that situation, who played in the NBA, played behind Bill Russell, who instilled all these qualities in me, and I knew I was prepared and ready to go.
Alonzo Mourning, thank you so much for taking the time, sitting down with us. We look forward to finding out who the next member of the Miami Heat organization will be.
Yes, sir.
So you can toughen him up a little bit as well.
My pleasure, gentlemen. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate you, so. Thank you.
There you go. Alonzo Mourning. Tommy, thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Hall of Famer. Appreciate you keeping me in check there.
I think he enjoys that as well. That's kind of like the defining moment in a man's career.
It's a pretty good accolade.
Yeah, pretty good. Right up there, I think, with any.
No doubt about it. All right, that was pretty cool. G-Money and Zoe stopping by the broadcast. We got a lot more planned for you. Maybe Khalil Ware will stop by as well. We got some good nuggets from Zoe on Khalil Ware, by the way.
Yeah, dude.
That was sweet. What did he say, Toby? He's been in the gym a lot.
Yeah, man.
Perfect way to describe it.
I'm sure that'll be maybe a segment tomorrow on the midday show.
If I wasn't off, for sure. But I might just do it. I may just do it on my anniversary when I take my wife out to dinner. I'm like, honey, you don't understand. I know we've been together for 15 years, married for 15 years, together for 19. But Khalil Ware's been in the gym.
All right. It's Tobin, it's Tommy Tig, it's Solana. We still got a lot more. The NBA draft begins right now. We're going to take a break. And by the time we come back, I imagine the Dallas Mavericks will have selected Cooper Flagg. And then the fun begins. The countdown to number 20, the Miami Heat selection tonight. You're listening to the WQAM 2025 NBA Draft Special live right here on your home for Miami Heat basketball.
Football coverage on WQAM is sponsored by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on iPhone 16 Pro.
Shift into summer at Ed Moore's Sawgrass Cadillac and lease an Optic, only $289 a month. Click EdMooreSawgrassCadillac.com. Approved credit courtesy transportation vehicle stock number SS 165-366, less than 5K miles, 24 months, $39.95 down, 10K annual miles, 0 security plus tax title fees.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call the Atlantic Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram has over 100 used cars on sale through Monday with huge savings. Don't miss this sale. If you're in the market for a used vehicle, you must come to Kendall for the best selection and the best prices. Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports lives here. WQAM Miami. WPOW HD2 Miami. WKIS HD2 Boca Raton. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
From the Kaseya Center in downtown Miami, it's the 2025 NBA Draft on the home of the Heat. AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go to the arena. Here's Tobin and Solana.
Welcome back to our NBA Draft Special. We got a couple Heat fans here rocking Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero jersey. They want a permanent marker. Thought they were going to ask you for your autograph, Tobin.
No, but I'm happy for any little Heat fan to go get an autograph from Bernie, Zoe, whoever they want to, because that is what it's all about right there. Or Solana.
We got.
I think Cooper Flag looks nervous, boys. I don't think he's sure about this pick.
Then he's the one.
What's he checking? Cooper Flag checking if he's got the sweaty pits. You saw that?
You don't want to have the sweaty pits in this
don't.
moment.
Yeah,
because you know why? Because he has to do the, you got to flash, you got to show whatever message he has in his blazer.
What's he nervous about? I mean, this is.
He just doesn't want to become a meme. This
foregone conclusion, man. I mean, this guy knew he was going to go number 1 5 years ago. Anyways, we're back at the 2025 Miami Heat NBA Draft Show live right here on 560 WQAM. The NBA Draft is officially underway. The Dallas Mavericks are on the clock. ESPN going with a very, very, very emotional graphics package leading into them officially putting the Mavericks on the clock. And Tobin, you're not having it, huh? You're just not having it.
No, he's assuming that it's still open for business, that it could be somebody else like Dylan Harper go with the first pick overall.
Look, guys, I don't like to talk about collusion or conspiracies, but I just got to be honest with you. Nothing this summer has deterred me from thinking Frozen Envelope 2.0, because
just 2, huh?
Yeah, just like exactly. LeBron 2. You're onto it too, Tommy. Like all of a sudden, it's just a little
Derrick Rose,
just a little too convenient that this guy ends up on the team where they just gave Luka Doncic to a franchise that went for $10 billion. I don't know,
for 1 draft pick.
Hey, you guys may say I'm a kook and may say I'm a conspiracy theorist, but nothing has deterred any of that from what has happened this summer. So But it is a cool scene to see everybody fired up to see Cooper Flag. Maybe it's a little bitterness. There's still that Heat-Mavs rivalry that I have there from the back in the day. You know, I don't know.
We got fans in Dallas very excited. Marty Smith from ESPN is reporting live from there. All right, so the Miami Heat select 20th overall. We'll head back to the Barclays Center to get the official.
We can come back in about half an hour and tell you the Flag has been picked number 1.
Yeah, we'll get the official pick, though, for the number 1 overall selection. All right, so the Miami Heat will draft 20th overall. As it stands currently, there is the opportunity, it's possible that the Miami Heat trade up or they trade out of the draft completely. If that happens, obviously, we will have the latest for you. But I wanted to run through previous selections at number 20 over the last decade. Tommy, I know that I can't stump you, so I'll try to do it with Tobin. Who is the last player that the Miami Heat selected number 20 overall?
I actually know this one because it's one of the rare ones where the fans will complain about it because they're Captain Hindsight.
Right.
Precious Achiuwa.
Yes.
Because they all talk about Maxey, even though I like Precious Achiuwa. And I thought that coming in a COVID season, not an easy thing for him. And I think he's found himself in a pretty nice role with, he ended up in the Kyle Lowry trade with Goran Dragic, which, worked out for the Heat with the success that they had. But, yeah, that was the last one. I'm aware of that one.
Okay, and then prior to that, the Miami Heat selected once more in the 21st century. This is where I turn to Tommy Tighe. Let's see if I can stump him. Let's see if I did more research than you just know off the top of your head. Precious Achiuwa at number 20. Who was the only other pick that the Miami Heat selected in the first round, 20th overall in the 21st century, Tommy?
Jason Smith, and they traded him to Philly.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Do you remember what they returned, what they got in return?
Daquan Cook.
Yeah, and a second-round pick.
Well, look at you.
And then 2009-10 season ended, and then 2010 they traded Cook away, which left him with no number 1, and we had a draft party.
Yeah.
And you can only imagine trying to fill that until we got to Dexter Pittman in the second round.
He's almost insulted that you asked him. Like,
Crazy.
How dare you?
Crazy.
Do you want to ask the other one too? Just get it out of the way and move on to something else?
What's the other one?
The other number 20 pick.
In Heat history?
In Heat history.
That one, I didn't even go back after 2000. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Very first season, Kevin Edwards.
Wow.
Crazy.
My goodness.
When they picked 2 guys in the first round, the other was, of course, Ronnie Cycli.
Yeah. See, that one I remember. Kevin Edwards, that's a good one. Can't beat him. By the way, Cooper Flag just went number 1 overall.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now,
not much of a surprise, but it's a question that we had right when we started this all off. How good is he going to be right out of the blocks? The kid shot what? 48% from the field and 38.5 from 3. He shows he can shoot, he can defend, he can do just about a little bit of everything. What do you think, if anything, Brendan, with a little bit we've seen him so far in college basketball, might slow him down in the early going as a professional, if anything?
I just think that, it's going to be interesting to see, like, how, what is going to be the go-to thing for him and, like, what's going to be the comfort level. I think we saw with, like, Jaime, even though Jaime is a lot older of a prospect, but, like, he got to that bread and butter in the paint with that footwork and never felt like he was speed up. So I think for him, it's just a case of like, hey, if he does start off with a shooting slump, it's almost like baseball. Like, do you start thinking about it a little bit?
Maybe.
Because you see that number up there and just dealing with that pressure. But obviously, like, look, he's known the hype that's been around. I do think one of the good things is, hey, you're going to an organization that does have some veterans in the fold. They just gave Kyrie Irving a big extension, even though he's working his way back from the ACL. Obviously, they got Anthony Davis, So, he's going to have some support. It's not like it's going to be thrown all on him and he's got nobody around him.
Well, the thing about that team that intrigues me right now is what are they going to look like? Davis being in and out of the lineup as often as he's been in the last few years. Kyrie Irving can't play for a while if he plays until sometime in the 26th part of the season. It makes me think, like, okay, where are you going to go with anybody else? If Flag is your guy, and it's great experience for him, but he's going to have to get some help. Is Gafford, Washington, some of these other guys coming off the bench enough? We saw in the second half of the year, Dallas didn't show much of anything. What are they able to show right now by just adding this kid to what they already have?
Well, I'll tell you what, if Nico Harrison's going to stick around, he better play defense, because if not, they're gonna ship him off to LA for a first
don't have any beer
for 2 players and a pick.
Yeah. The San Antonio Spurs are on the clock, and then it'll be the Philadelphia 76ers. Everybody expects the San Antonio Spurs to select Dylan Harper out of Rutgers. There's another Rutgers player that has been a bit polarizing. Ace Bailey, some people have him going to the Sixers. We'll wait and see how that ends up.
But Harper's interesting, though, Alejandro, when you think about that team, because seems to play guard more often than he plays forward, and you already have some people in there that fit the bill in Castle and Fox. When you already have them,
their backcourt is solidified.
Yeah, and you got the center, obviously, and you've got wings that can play. Like Vassell is good, but big guys besides Wemby, we saw in the second half of the season, didn't show that much in certain categories. I just begin to wonder, where do you fit him in? Is it like with the Thompsons, that they all of a sudden start coming off the bench and become that type of player? It's a great luxury to have if you're able to pick the second pick in the draft and put him in as a sixth man type of player.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could think to like the Blazers recently did that with Scoot. Scoot had some early struggles and he had to do that, but this is a little bit
what
of
was his plus minus here?
Oh man, I don't.
60.
Oh man,
it was the worst ever.
Minus
right?
60.
The worst ever.
Yeah, it was the worst ever.
Trailblazer history.
Yeah, when Thomas Bryant hit 8 threes or something in that game.
Thomas Bryant. I mean,
even Spo said, "Go ahead, take 23s." Thomas.
Listen. They got us back pretty good this past year as well.
That's true.
They did.
They, but you have to wonder, like, and a lot of people wonder this, like, would they have traded for De'Aaron Fox if they thought they would be in this position? And so, like, does that come to a case like De'Aaron Fox wanted to be in San Antonio? Like, that was where he was stirred. So I can't imagine that they're going to cut bait on him that quickly, even though you could probably still get a lot of value for him. But
of course, same with you look at what they have. They have tradable players.
Right.
Keldon Johnson can be traded. You know, I just mentioned Vassell. If you want to package him in a deal to get some type of player. But Harper fills a nice spot. He might be able to move up, but I still see him mostly as a guard, and that gives them depth at guard. That's, I think, the way that they're going to look at it.
Look, man, who knows what ends up happening, but if Harper ends up being great and De'Aaron Fox ends up panning out there, I mean, you know, there's some pretty decent asset in Stephon Castle as well. So, like, there's a lot of avenues there for San Antonio to maneuver. And bottom line, who fits best with Wemby? What playing style fits best with Victor Wembanyama? That's what's going to matter in San Antonio, more so than, hey, can we play three guards or can we not play three guards?
Matter.
Who comes
yeah,
off
we
the
know
bench?
who the star is there.
Right.
You guys see that Wembanyama is doing kung fu?
I did see that.
What's it, China?
Yeah, want to go and getting real ready for the season.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah. Hopefully, he can stay healthy. No joke. Like, I want to see him stay healthy for the entire season.
This was a frustrating season for the Heat for sure. But that Spurs matchup that we had, I remember because I was at Legoland. It was my son's birthday. We were out there, so I'm watching it by the poolside while he's building some Lego boat contraption. But that matchup between Kel'el Ware and Victor Wembanyama was fun. I mean, seeing those two guys go at it was a real treat this year.
I remember coming away from that game, Tommy, saying there aren't many guys in the NBA better suited than Kel'el Ware in terms of matching up. I'm not saying Kel'el Ware is Victor Wembanyama, but just based in sheer size and just the fact that his wingspan is comparable. Again, nobody is Victor Wembanyama. There aren't many guys. So if you're talking about Wemby becoming, you know, I don't know if he's the next face of the NBA. I don't know exactly what, but he's going to be a top 5 player in this league for a long time. You want to have somebody like Kel'el Ware who can match up with him, and you don't go into every matchup 2 times a year, and who knows, right? Feeling like you have no answer for the alien.
But I love the money quote while you were building Legos, and your son, the two of you were building Legos, is that after it was over, Ware said in the locker room, I've never played against a guy that bigger than I am. Yeah. And you think about it after a while that maybe that fired him up as much as anything, just the rare situation of being what he was up against, playing a guy of that caliber. And we were all looking forward to the next matchup, which came on the 1st of February, and Wembanyama can't play. And that's the unfortunate thing, which told the story with the Spurs. They had just gotten Fox right before the deadline and couldn't show him with Wembanyama except for, 1 or 2 games max? He barely won that contest, but, you know, that's where Ware continued to be a starter and started to show some signs in February that, hey, this kid's going to be something that we were looking forward to having.
No, I mean, look, it's Victor Wembanyama it's sight, because if anybody has seen, like, Kel'el Ware warm up, if you get early to a game, you get to see him with Coach Malik Allen. He is very, very impressive to see physically. But to see Victor Wembanyama, it legitimately looks like a toddler on a play school rim with what he's able to do. So very, very right, Solana. There's not many people who can even try and challenge physically with what Wembanyama can do. But I think that's what got everybody. That was the moment when we're all like, all right, Kel'el Ware did a lot of cool things in Summer League, But this guy, he just popped that year, and rightfully so. Earned his way into the starting lineup.
All right, the number 2 overall selection has been made. The most popular bet, this according to Trista Kick on BetMGM tonight, was actually Dylan Harper going first, because I imagine you could have gotten a pretty penny by putting that bet in and getting it right, despite everybody knowing it wasn't going to happen. I would imagine, I don't know, Cooper Flagg would have had to have had his stepfather release a video of him ripping a bong, some sort of Dolphins, Laramie Tunsil situation. And even that probably wouldn't have done it. It would have had to have been some sort of hard drug to make that happen. So anyways, we get the foregone conclusions out of the way. And when we come back, we'll figure out who the Philadelphia Sixers end up getting. There's still a possibility of a lot of trades. There's been reports of a lot of teams being antsy. The Brooklyn Nets have 72 first-round picks this season in tonight's draft. But
only 5. Tell the truth.
We'll see what the Miami Heat end up doing. On the other side, I'll run through some of the previous number 20 overall selections going back to 2000, not for the Miami Heat, but overall the league. Give you an idea of what type of talent the Heat could be looking at if we go based on history. It's Tobin, it's Tommy Tig, it's Solana. Thanks to our engineer, Steph. Thanks to Ben from the Miami Heat as well, getting us all set up here as we're at the Miami Heat's official NBA Draft Watch Party. You're listening to the NBA Draft Special on 560 WQAM. You're ready at home for Miami Heat basketball.
This hurricane season, keep it on AM 560 Sports WQAM. For hurricane coverage, as we partner with CBS Ford to bring you the latest storm information. Hurricane coverage on WQAM comes from the Paul Baines Roofing Hurricane Center, serving Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. Whether it's a new roof repair or 24/7 emergency service.
I'm Paul. Give me a call
at 954-981-7663 or paulbainesroofing.com.
At Kendall Toyota, our best selection of the year is on sale now. Huge inventory of new Toyota Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, RAV4s, and more. Or save thousands on pre-owned vehicles with select models slashed up to 50% off their original selling price. Our goal at Kendall Toyota is 100% credit approval, and paperless financing makes buying easy in 45 minutes or less, guaranteed. All on sale, all month long at the all-time in the 305. First in Miami since 1969. Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL.
Every day is an amazing day at Cheetah Pompano Beach. Free lunch till 3 p.m., happy hour till 6 p.m., and $100 bottle specials Sunday through Wednesdays. CheetahSOFL.com for more info.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300, or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
we can be twinsies,
to,
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your favorite shows, the games of your favorite Miami teams, and more can be heard on the free Odyssey app. Don't miss out. Download it today and make WQAM your favorite station.
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to the Kaseya Center. Got your draft coverage live from the Miami Heat's NBA Draft Watch Party. And no surprises yet. Still trying to see who Philadelphia is going to end up taking. They've got the best available up on the ESPN feed right now. Ace Bailey is kind of the guy people expected to go number 3, but BJ Edgecombe, somebody else, another player that also is expected. Steph, can we actually go to the feed here? Out of the NBA.
The Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
There you go. So another question is, how far does Ace Bailey drop?
Well, he got what he wanted.
Yeah, not to go to Philly.
Would have been awkward after the Paul George comments on his podcast if saying, what have you done in this league? Would have been a weird training camp if they would have shown up at the same place.
Which is kind of odd because Philadelphia did scout him. He only went to school 90 minutes away from where Philadelphia is located, so they easily were able to get scouts up and down the East Coast to see the two Rutgers players when they knew they were going to be in the lottery. But I still can't figure out why the young man continued to feel the way that he did, that he wouldn't let certain teams, really anybody, check him out. Whether it becomes his loss remains to be seen, because as you look up on ESPN, they had him as the number 3 pick, in their mind as far as best available talent. And like we've seen so many times in drafts, that can easily move down time and time again. And people are going to ask the obvious question, why? And that's probably the major reason, because he won't work out for any of the clubs that want him.
To be fair, though, there were some questions about his game. Just before, kind of the circus happened where he was not showing up or canceling workouts, there were some people who were questioning whether or not he really was a top 5 talent or not, just based on some of the deficiencies of his game. I wanted to go to what you can expect in terms of talent with the 20th overall pick. I know, some Heat fans or NBA fans in general are going to say, oh, you're out of the lottery. Like, what can you really get? And, Jalen Tyson, Cleveland Cavaliers, taken last year with the 20th overall selection in the 2024 NBA draft. That's not really a name that you remember so much if you're an NBA fan. Cam Whitmore, 2 years prior, we remember that, obviously, right near Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Yeah, a lot of buzz that he might have taken him.
Right. Jalen Johnson with the Atlanta Hawks.
Tremendous player.
Somebody that now Atlanta, they acquire Kristaps Porzingis. They're looking at, kind of a roster restructuring, semi-restructuring, but they're looking like, they're going to be a lot better next season. You add that type of talent in Kristaps.
Mm-hmm. There's no question about it. I mean, Johnson's a franchise type of player. Of course, Trae Young gets all the recognition, deservedly so, but Johnson's come on over the last couple of years, but he's had injuries. I think he played 50 games before that, the year before. So if you can ever keep the kid healthy, you're going with something solid up front. But that's a Porzingis question as well. He's been injured the last few years. So there's questions there. They probably won't re-sign Clint Capella now, who's a free agent. So it looks like a Kongwu and whoever else they decide to put in the front court. Ricochet played well at times in his first year in the league. So they do have some players. I don't know if they're ready to make that step to contend, but they'll be, a problem every once in a while for whoever ends up playing them.
All right, so here's where it gets interesting. We know Precious Achiuwa, obviously, in 2020. Matisse Thybulle with the Celtics, ended up playing with the Sixers for a little bit.
Role player.
Josh Okogie, another kind of role player, hasn't really
bounces around the league.
Too much of a footing anywhere. Harry Giles III, but Karis LeVert has kind of bounced around a little bit, but he's also a role player. Delon Wright stopped here in Miami a little bit. Tony Snell back in 2013. Evan Fournier, don't Google his name, in 2012. Really, when you get to Jameer Nelson back in 2004, Dante Jones in 2003, so Brandon Haywood, Speedy Claxton in 2000, there aren't any bona fide stars that you're going to get at 20. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but there are some guys here that, it's a track record, a proven track record. They can come in, be role players, and they'll end up having decent NBA careers.
I think the other thing that's interesting, and this played more into what the Heat did in the second round last year, but you look at what the Heat brought in last year in Pella Larson and Keyshawn Johnson. Those guys weren't stars for Arizona. They were role players for Arizona. So it's an interesting philosophy sometimes where you bring guys in who are used to a role and that they can fulfill that at the next level. And I think we saw, Pella when he was healthy, other than that weird freak weight room accident. You saw that he kind of took like a duck to water, took to that right away. Now, obviously, had a lot of experience, a little bit older, but that's an interesting kind of aspect of it too. Is because, like, look, not everybody's going to be the star on this team. That's not how it works. Like, your stars, we know who their established are. It's Bam and it's Tyler. So you do need to fill in the voids on role in other places. And then if somebody is to flourish, like if Kalel takes the next step next year and looks unbelievable, great. But I mean, we knew last year the Heat needed to add size. It was quite obvious. So
that's for sure.
This is, just because the names aren't as impressive doesn't mean that the Heat can't find great use in it.
Well, 20, I'm not going to look at just the number. All the guys that you mentioned there aren't any Hall of Famers that I noticed when you take a look at who was there drafted 20 at any position. I think the last all-star of that whole group might have been Jameer Nelson going back, 15, 16, 20 years ago when he actually made the team. So, okay, it's not that, but Alejandro, you know as well as anybody how many guys. Nikola Jokic, when the heck was he drafted? In the second round of the draft. He's been the most valuable player in this league. Jimmy Butler went late in the first round, much later than the 20th pick of the draft. It's just a question of you do your due diligence and your scouting, and hopefully you get fortunate enough that the guy falls in the place that you wish. Hopefully it's 20 for Miami, and it remains to be seen. The Tyrese Maxey, Precious Achiuwa argument can go on forever. But what if it was at 20? Who's to say, that was the right move to make, at Precious Achiuwa, if he blossomed into the 2.0 of Bam that a lot of people thought he was going to be. So it's just good, scouting by whoever the heck is in that position to take the guy that they possibly can. They'll help their team. And maybe you get fortunate enough that it can be a player like a Jokic or a Butler.
Just to hop in, and I'm not going to play because the Heat's draft tracker is pretty strong recently. People like to go to that one. Let us not forget, in that situation, we go to San Antonio with what they're dealing with. Man, we're talking Tyler Hero off of the bubble. We're talking Goran Dragic on a 2-year deal. Like, the Heat's backcourt was pretty set to go with Tyrese Maxey. I don't know if they would have looked at him in that anyway. So, yes, talent is talent, and you never want to miss, but that does play into what organizations will do from time to time.
It is funny, though. You forget it. Like fans forget about that, right? The context of the situation, the perspective of what it is you have when you're selecting that day. Don't get me wrong. I would have loved to have had Tyrese Maxey here, but the Heat were just looking for other needs, to your point, Tobin. And look, you brought up Jaime Jaquez Jr. You're right. The Heat have been hitting on these draft picks. I mentioned this will be the 4th consecutive year that they're drafting in the first round if they hold on to this pick. Jaime kind of bursted onto the scene his rookie season. He has the 30-point Christmas Day game. He was somebody who you could tell was ready for the NBA that rookie season. And last year, there was just, injuries that kind of derailed him. We thought Jimmy Butler, whether it was suspension or what have you, all the chaos, he gets traded. And while Andrew Wiggins is dealing with injuries of his own, the expectation was, hey, the guy who's always filled Jimmy's role was Jaime Jaquez Jr., and he did it very well as a rookie. It just never materialized. There wasn't really, an elevation of that game, that role that fit last season. You're hoping that changes moving forward because it's somebody that the Heat could use, especially with another ball handler as the Charlotte Hornets on the clock are about to make their selection with the 4th overall pick.
2025 NBA Draft. The Charlotte Hornets select Khan Knipple from Duke University.
All right, strong start for Duke.
Yeah, there's possibility of having 3 guys in the top 10 with the big center that they have as well.
Yeah,
so
It was interesting, though, going back to Jaime a little bit, Solana, to hear him after he visited you guys at Junior Heat Camp, Tommy, that he talks about, I think I heard the mental aspect coming out of his answers no less than 4 times. Says that he's working with a mental coach this year, that he's really trying to tap into whatever worked the rookie year. Certainly, and this is understandable, like there was some struggle of confidence that obviously got to him a little bit last year. And I think probably what it was he put a lot of pressure on himself. He said going into second year, knockdown shooter, lockdown defender. And I think it was I wish I knew the exact numbers, but of the threes that he took, an exorbitant amount were wide open. No defender respected that. And I think it had to mess with him a little bit. For a guy that operates in the paint, had so much confidence with that footwork, it just seems like it kind of short-circuited a little bit for him. There's very clearly a talented basketball player there.
Well, take the last game into account when you played against the Wizards. And I understand it didn't count much for anything, but you watched him in that game. And again, it's Washington, but you saw the footwork. You saw him going to the basket all day long, and you started thinking to yourself, why can't he do that like he did in the first year? It was a carbon copy of what we saw. I'm not giving up on him in this situation. I get a feeling that with the second unit, Alejandro and I talked numerous times in halftime, postgame, what we expected out of him and what he could add with Jovic on that second group. And for a period of time, there were some games that did work, but unfortunately, the whole body of work, it just wasn't there. I can't give up on a young player like that who played like he did in 1 year to have it happen the second year. Just look at it as a sophomore slump and see what comes back in third year with all the work that he has, including that mentalist.
Yeah, I think the second unit, the frustration, the starters as well. I mean, you had, at the time to face the franchise who decided he didn't really want to play much anymore. So there was a lot of frustrations last year, but specifically the second unit where you just didn't know who was going to contribute night in, night out. Some games it was Jaime. Some games it was Niko Jovic when he lost his starting spot and kind of regained Coach Spo's trust. At times it was Khalil Ware as well as Dunker. Like, you just didn't know. And I think, that lack of continuity, it does catch up with you because come playoff time in a game where, look, Tyler Hero looked kind of gassed in games 3 and games 4. Bam Adebayo, just didn't look like himself in those games either. You're hoping for that continuity to kind of prevail and be able to give you something in those minutes where you need your bench to contribute. And I think, the Heat kind of, ran out of gas. There's no doubt about it. The Cleveland Cavaliers just outplayed them, but also they got killed by not having defined set roles, defined set rotations. I'm not blaming Coach Spo, by the way. I think, he was just trying to find any way to juice up the roster. But Tobin, I think it hurt them at the end of the day, and it led to one of the most lopsided or the most lopsided playoff loss in history.
It was a weird season. Like there's no way to get around it. Like when you had what happened with Jimmy happen, and you have these guys you're trying to think about all the guys that came here. Andrew Wiggins moves across the country, just has a kid. Is in an organization he absolutely loves being in, to now you're here. And by the way, hey, this organization's looking to you because they need something out of this, because the last guy who was here wasn't really given full effort. So it was a strange season. It's not an excuse for anything because, like, the results are what they are. It's a humiliating thing. They all said it afterwards. Pat Riley said it. It's not up to their standard. But just going back to the well of, hey, I do think there's a lot of interesting young guys here. We saw one of them here today in Kalel. Nico, thinking, coming off some health. I thought, that was another thing. Nico's getting flushed, thrust right into a playoff series. He's, that one game where they had like a little bit of a chance in game 2. So critical to bringing them back. And then you could just see, like, hey, man, he can't shoot because he's coming off that broken hand. And, like, he had, 7 open shots, something like that, Tommy?
Yeah,
couldn't nail one, had the key. And so you just know that killed him afterwards. And he even said, like, in his last thing, he goes, I feel like I haven't been holding up my end of the bargain. And that's a really mature thing to say for a guy who just turned 22 years old. And I think that, look, these guys know that whatever this season is going to be, there's a lot of stuff that's up in the air as far as rumors and all that stuff. But the guys, though, they got opportunity here. Like that's going to be the interesting thing to see who takes advantage of it, because it's not always easy. Like, we thought Jaime was going to slide right in there and be able to do it. He didn't, but now you're going to have – it's not like he's not going to have another chance this year. They're not going to put him on ice right away.
Well, plus the beautiful thing is, unfortunately for those other teams, Halliburton's gone for a while. Tatum is gone for a while. Lillard also will be out with an Achilles. So 3 contenders right there have to deal with those type of things, where at least with the guys you have on the roster right now coming back that have played in a final series a couple of years ago, even with Jimmy in the lineup and not there anymore, you still have the experience of some of those players, but you want to see improvement out of Ware. You want to see it from Jaquez. You want to see it from Jovic. And if you're going to compete, I think all 3 of them have to step up. Now, whether or not you get somebody in the draft that could add to that and do something in rotation, that'd be all well and good. But you need Bam and Hero playing at their level. Whatever happens with some of these other players that could be moving parts, but those younger players, if they're going to keep them, have to play much better than they played last year.
And Bam's an interesting one, too, because let's not forget, probably got off to one of the worst offensive starts in his career.
He did. The worst.
I mean,
literally.
just couldn't hit anything in the paint. I mean, I know that, like, look, adding the 3 ball, I was definitely a part of that, talking about that with him, and it's been part of it. And I think it's good that it's now there. Now it's going to be interesting to see how can he mesh everything together. Like, this is a guy who's now entering the prime years of his career. He has the max extension on this team. Like, he's the guy. He's the captain. And so I think him getting off to a fast start is going to be key for Miami as well, because that was, it took a little bit for him to find that touch again.
It's funny. I mentioned to you guys, we're not that far away from the red, white, and pink game. I mentioned that off the air, and we left that game, the 3 of us, Bam Adebayo, knocking in 3, saying, how many threes is he going to take? It took him a while to get there. And there you go, Ace Bailey.
All right.
Off the board. Officially.
Well, it didn't take all that long. We had a feeling that he was going to make it in the top 10, even if he didn't try out for any of these teams. But you can't ignore the fact of the tools that he brings to the table. Yeah. A lot of people believe he's got the NBA body. He can play forward, and that's a young team trying to figure things out for themselves. They, of course, want to make moves as well to try to, I don't know if they're going to go in one direction or the other, but it's interesting to see how they fit in somebody like him. But I figure he'll get his chance considering the direction that team is taking.
And probably a franchise, like, look, the Jazz had a rough year last year and had to feel like, man, these are the teams that got to get into the top 3 with the picks. So you essentially get a top 3 talent in your mind, even if there is a little bit of baggage. Like, all right, not so bad of a loss for the Utah Jazz, because this may have been a guy that if they did get the number 3 pick, they would have taken.
No, without a doubt.
Cooper Flag goes number 1 of the Dallas Mavericks. San Antonio with the 2nd overall selection take Dylan Harper. VJ Edgecombe ends up going to Philadelphia. And then your 4 and 5 selections just went. Ace Bailey, number 5, goes to the Utah Jazz. A couple Dukies go in the top 5. We'll take a break live from the Miami Heat draft selection show, or draft party rather. And we still got some time until the 20th overall pick. We still got a lot of time until the 20th overall pick. So we'll continue talking about the Miami Heat, what needs to change. One thing I think all 3 of us and most of you listening or watching could agree on, Davion Mitchell made a pretty nice impression a season ago. We'll talk about some of the moves that the Miami Heat made just in the past couple of days that are roster moves that are important. And there's a deadline coming up, pretty important one, that'll decide their futures as well. You're listening to Tobin, Tommy Tig, and Solana live from the Kaseya Center right here on your home for Miami Heat basketball.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Super savings start now at Kendall Toyota with huge savings on the best-selling Toyota Tacoma and Toyota Tundras with up to $5,000 off new 2025 Toyota Tundra Crew Cab SR5s. It's all at Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
During the Employee Price Plus event at Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, lease a 2025 Ram for only $345 per month, or Jeep Wrangler for $219 per month, or Jeep Grand Cherokee for only $279 per month at Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Miami Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I always love talking to one of my favorite guys, Michael Kotze from Choice Mortgage, to find out what's going on in the real estate market. Let's start with a reverse mortgage.
If you're 62 and over and have equity in your property, call me right now to consolidate that high interest rate credit card debt, homeowner association fees, assessments, and these high insurance premiums that continue to go up. 561-441-2730, and feel free to text me. Joe, can you believe it? The rates are starting to tick down, and we have fixed rates with no prepayment penalty.
Hear this all the time, credit card debt, people running it up and have gotten in over their head. Talk about that.
Joe, you tell me, would you like to pay 30% interest on your credit card debt? Right now, we can bundle that debt, put it to your home, and lock you in at a low fixed rate.
Folks, that's Michael Kotze at Choice Mortgage. He really doesn't have a life. He's always working. 7 days a week, call or text him. That cell phone number again, 561-441-2730. MLS 166254. Rates and terms subject to change. Stay there without notice. He's an equal housing lender. Let's be real. Life hits hard. Anxiety, depression, maybe the drinking's gotten out of hand. Doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're human. Recovery Unplugged in Fort Lauderdale, these folks get it. They've helped 19,000 people in 13 years with treatment for mental health and substance abuse, led by expert doctors and therapists who build a plan around you. Most insurance accepted. Call 954-737-4508 or visit recoveryunplugged.com. Recovery Unplugged. Heal out loud.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The Panthers have done it again. Back-to-back champs. Are you geared up with championship gear? Caneswear in Davie has jerseys, shirts, hats, and more. Visit the store in Davie or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot South Florida sports fans shop.
We've made it easy to listen to WQAM. Just download the free Odyssey app to listen to all of our shows live or on demand. Plus, there's the cool rewind feature where you can listen to any part of any show you might have missed anytime. Get it now and make WQAM your favorite station.
Time for more coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft. Let's head to the Kaseya Center with Tobin and Solana on the home of the Miami Heat. AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to the Miami Heat NBA Draft Special right here on your home for Miami Heat basketball. We're live at the Kaseya Center. I was driving up today, gentlemen. I'm alongside Tobin and Tommy Ty driving up. And, it's been a while since I've been here. Literally, the last time was for exit meetings. But before that Cavaliers game. And I remember the feeling leaving that game of, oof, that was not good at all. So, people in here certainly with a different vibe today, some excitement as we kind of reset things here ahead of the Heat selecting number 20 overall. I mean, it's draft day, Tobin. It's always fun.
I love draft day. Yeah. I'm a big fan of draft day. I think it's a fun time. I don't necessarily know it needs to be 2 days. I know that they've tried to stretch that as a thing. Like they've tried to make they're trying to make every day. I like to just one day knock it out.
Yeah,
I think that's I missed that a little bit, but the Heat don't have a second round
in
pick
all
right now,
sports or just the NBA.
Oh well, look, everybody's Tommy. Everybody's trying to make it the NFL draft, right? It's just like even the NFL draft, I feel like went too far. But
once upon a time, they did that.
I know
in a 1 day period.
But so start the NBA draft earlier is what you're saying. Started at 5,
or the second round at 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day.
Just like the whole thing of like, hey, we're gonna make this another day event of this. It's like,
It's tomorrow night, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it's a night thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm with you.
And there's no second round picks for the Heat.
Yeah.
So you're going to
No
wait around to
second-round
pick
pick.
59 and say maybe they're going to make a move.
Yeah,
You know, James Ennis is available.
But listen, I loved watching what Pella did last year, so no shade of the second round picks.
Oh, heck no.
But
Or Jay
I
Rich.
just don't know if it needs a second. I don't know if it needs a second day. It looks like we're going to the Wizards pick.
Yes, sir. Let's head over to Barclays.
Playing career, and this is just a incredible.
Trey Johnson is heading to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, with like Trey Johnson. I mean, like other than Ace Bailey didn't fall that far.
Yeah,
not too many surprises right now. I mean, Trey Johnson looked upon as like one of the best shooters in the draft. Got some Tyler Hero comparisons, the Texas guard of how hot he can get from downtown. So he goes to Washington after they had a bad year. You want to talk about years that were rough to watch. That was something.
Yeah. Well, they made a trade as well. They have some new faces in Washington. Is there anybody we talked a lot about Walter Clayton Jr. Obviously, I don't know if either of you have anybody else on your Heat big board that you think, hey, this is somebody. If Clayton Jr. is not there, or the Miami Heat genuinely might not feel the same way that all these mock drafts are projecting them to take the guard out of Florida. Is there anybody else that's on your radar, Tobin, as you've kind of been preparing for tonight, that you're saying, hey, I've watched some film, I've read some stuff on him, and I really like X player?
Yeah, I think like if we're gonna go into the guard range, I think Jace Richardson is an encouraging one. Really crafty around the rim. I mean, obviously, has that lineage from his father, Jason Richardson. That's an interesting one. Not exactly like the size of his father, or maybe has the explosiveness of his father, but I think impressed in his freshman year. Not the biggest guy in the world, so like you're always wondering about that with the Heats already having a backcourt of Tyler and if Davion does come back, which they just made him the offer. To at least have the chance to match any offer that he's going to. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing. But I think, showed a lot of talent and craftiness that I think is an interesting one. Rasheer Fleming, St. Joe's, interesting guy, 7'5" wingspan.
But the only question there is the competition.
Right. Exactly, Tommy. Played at St. Joe's for a few years, took a big turn up. Still not too, going to turn 21 next month. That was an interesting one. I'm like, all right, I can see that. Oh, if you can find a guy with size and shooting ability, seems like something in the NBA you're never gonna be afraid to. And then, of course, because of his experience, you're like, okay, that maybe there's not gonna be as much of a learning curve. So those are a couple. But the thing that I found interesting, Solana, I was talking to Tommy about this too, is like these mocks are kind of all over the place. There's some guys that they'll put them into the 13 range, and then there's some that'll have them all the way down to 25. Like, so it's hard to know exactly where people will land as far as it's concerned. It's a really, really interesting back half of this draft.
But this is a year that kind of surprised me. That really, when you looked at mocks back in April before they went to the Combine, after the Combine all the way up to today, not much change in an awful lot of areas as far as maybe flipping. If you think a lot of change is 5 spots, some maybe have slipped down a little bit or moved up, but not that much, which kind of surprised me a little bit because usually you'll feel 2 or 3 guys start, doing some certain workouts that certain guys won't like. Scouts won't think it'll fit their program, and they'll drop maybe from 13 to 20 something. I didn't see that much this year, which was a little bit surprising to me, which gives me an idea that everybody you're talking about is going to be up for grabs when it comes to Miami's pick at 20.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Tommy, I go back to the Bam Adebayo draft. I remember, I wasn't on the air for that one, but I remember, really digging in, having a couple guys that I was saying I would love for the Miami Heat to go out and get them. I had never heard of Bam Adebayo that day. I don't think most Heat fans had heard of Bam Adebayo based on the reaction, by the way. And, I'm sure everybody regrets that reaction. But even, Tobin, doing this draft show the last couple of years with you, Jaime Jaquez Jr., he wasn't exactly a name that was projected to go around the time that he went. And even last year, Khalil Ware, he was certainly kind of in that range, but he wasn't really a favorite to go to the Miami Heat. So it's interesting how these things end up playing out. We're kind of expecting Walter Clayton Jr. to be there, but who knows? Like maybe somebody at 12, 13, 14 feels strongly about him, and he's just not going to be there.
Yeah, I actually remember the conversation we were having about Khalil last year, and I think the word's kind of like it feels like that's a bit of a reach just because I had seen him, further down on all draft boards. Now, the crazy thing about Khalil was, and this is the stuff that you never know, is like most of the knock on him was motor and
not hard work.
Does he have the maturity and all that type of stuff? And man, I mean, nobody has complained about that down here. They've all said that he works. If you guys missed it, we had Alonzo Mourning on in the first hour of the program. I mean, Zoe was saying like the guy has been an absolute gym rat, and he doesn't have to be. So that's, I mean, very encouraging for Heat fans to hear. And some of them who were here early at the party got to see him. But yeah, that was an interesting thing. Is like there wasn't a knock on his ability. There wasn't really a knock on his age. It was just that he had a bad stint in Oregon. He got to Indiana. Mike Woodson, says like, like, what do you want out of this? And his mother told him, he goes, you're going to work him till what falls off, and and then all of a sudden it worked out for him. And so they got the endorsement from Coach Woodson as well from that. So look, you never really know. The Heat's draft has kind of spanned in different flavors over the last few years, but. I think you got to trust what these organization has done to find the guys that seem to not only be in a different role, but seem to be guys that buy into the work here. And that's obviously like the buzzword is culture, but they do want to find guys that fit in and aren't scared to dive into that work, and they feel like they could develop.
It's funny Alejandro brought up that draft with Bam Adebayo, because I was actually out on the East Plaza doing it for 790. And the thing about it is we had Ron Rothstein on in the midst of the first round. He popped in around the 4th or 5th pick. Like Alejandro, I said, Bam Adebayo. He said Bam Adebayo. That's the direction we ought to take. Athletic, can do an awful lot of things, either in power forward or center. I'm thinking, gee, I saw John Collins sitting there. I thought he played pretty well in college.
Yeah.
I think he'd be available down around that area at the end of the lottery. Well, Donovan Mitchell would be great if he could slip all the way down to 14 as well. But you know what? Things turned out okay with Bam Adebayo and the direction that they took by getting him and not taking John Collins. Although Mitchell, if he fell down in that range, that would have been nice too. But, hey, that's just the way drafts happen to be. And in answering Alejandro's question that he asked you, I'd come back and say, I don't know right now at 20. I really don't know. I start looking at 17 and think, hey, X, Y, and Z are available. I think I'll wait till then before I start thinking about the idea of who they can take at 20.
Pelicans pick.
And now he...
Jeremiah Fears. Jeremiah Fears,
the
guard
next
out
Trae
of
Young.
Oklahoma.
Jeremiah Fears, just going back to our conversation, Tobin, about 2 weeks ago. I don't remember it was in the Ringer, but I was going over some mocks. Jeremiah Fears was down towards the Miami Heat in that 16 to 25 range.
Wow.
This is going back a couple of weeks, so just kind of gives you an idea of how fluid these things kind of are on draft night.
There was a guy, and this was an interesting one that that was all over the place, but it caught my eye because on YouTube they put these workouts in, and obviously if you have somebody like the Godfather Pat Riley show up to your workout, that's going to be something that you'll put in your thumbnail. So it was Cedric Coward's workout that Pat Riley, Adam Simon, Chet Cameron all went to his pro day workout, and interestingly enough, D3 player originally, then ends up at Eastern Washington. He was going to be at Washington State last year, but only played 6 games because of a torn labrum. And again, like one of these guys, huge wingspan, has shown a great ability to shoot the ball. But the thing is like 3 weeks ago, I was talking about, hey, he's going to be in the Heat range. Now you're seeing somewhere it's like, hey, he could be in the top, right outside the top 10.
Absolutely. The thing about him, though, you're right, that he was almost going to take the Cam Ward move and come to the NBA from there. But then he took the NIL money and went to Duke.
Yep.
And then decided, okay, now I'm going to come to the NBA. Makes me wonder now with the decision that these kids have to make, if they are going to be down around in the 20-25 region and have the shot at playing at Duke, where's the smart thing to do?
Yeah.
Or what's the smart thing to do? Go to college, make money that way, the way that it is these days, or take that chance that you're going to be, like you say, possibly bottom 10, 11, 12, bottom of the lottery, or maybe slip all the way down to 20. That's a question they have to ask themselves now that you never had to do a few years ago.
I think it's an interesting thing, too, with organizations, right? Because it's like everybody always seems to lean. You obviously want the younger guy because if the dream is you want a franchise player for as long as you can have him. But you're also in the spot as an organization. If you take a 19-year-old, Hey, by 23, you got to decide if you want to pay that guy $30 million.
That's for sure.
Goes
without saying.
So it is an interesting place as this NBA money is getting crazy and the business is booming of where you're at of like, hey, we need to know because we got to extend this guy or think about giving him a deal by the time his rookie year is up, and it's going to be a monster payday.
Well, think about what Alejandro brought up before, Davion Mitchell. He gets the qualifying offer at the end of the last contract. Did anybody see the possibility of what he could possibly make based on how he played in the last 30 games with Miami? I don't think there was anybody out there that would have seen that, which makes it the most intriguing question. Does anybody give him what he thinks he deserves in the upcoming weeks?
And that interesting question is something we're going to talk about in the next segment. Tommy, thank you very much for the professional radio tease.
And I didn't even know that. Well, congratulations to you and me.
Keyshawn Johnson gets a contract, and Davion Mitchell, he gets his qualifying offer. Now what's to come? We'll talk about it coming up in the next segment. On the clock right now, the Brooklyn Nets, first of 5, you said, Tommy, 5 first-round picks for the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, and some woman is up there crying. I guess the kid ended up in Brooklyn.
Number 8 overall. They're on the clock. We'll let you know who they take coming up in the next segment. You're listening to WQAM's Draft Special. We're live at the Kaseya Center for the Miami Heat's official NBA Draft Watch Party. The Heat select number 20. And hopefully you'll stick with us until they select. And then hopefully we'll have whoever they select on with us as well. You're listening to your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
Football coverage on WQAM is sponsored by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on iPhone 16 Pro.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75 and stress, my age, of course. I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. You'll receive pro-level care from the sports medicine experts. Recover your game. DiscoverUHealthSports.com.
Shop over 22 acres of inventory and shift into new Chevy Silverados with $20,000 off at Ed Moore's Sawgrass Chevrolet. Chevy, together, let's drive. Approved credit, select models, discount from MSRP plus tax tag, title, and fees. Dealer has details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75, and stress, my age, of course, I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
Have you downloaded the free Odyssey app and made WQAM your favorite station? Do it. Listen to us live or on demand and use the rewind feature to go back and listen to any part of any shows you might have missed.
Time for more coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft. Let's head to the Kaseya Center with Tobin and Solana on the home of the Miami Heat. AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to the Kaseya Center. We are at pick number 8. It is in Igor Demon is headed to the Brooklyn Nets. That means the Toronto Raptors with the 9th overall selection are on the clock. I'll kind of give you a quick recap of what has happened thus far. Cooper Flagg, of course, goes number 1. Dylan Harper goes number 2. VJ Edgecombe goes number 3. Con Knuppel goes number 4. Ace Bailey goes number 5. Trey Johnson goes number 6 out of Texas to the Washington Wizards. Jeremiah Fears went 7 to the New Orleans Pelicans. And number 8, as I just mentioned, Igor Demon goes to the Brooklyn Nets.
Next, Josh Giddey.
So that's where we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to count you down into the 20th overall selection. As it stands right now, the Heat will select 20th via the Golden State Warriors in that trade for Jimmy Butler. Part of that entire trade and different guys going here and then elsewhere. And it was a very chaotic couple hours while the Miami Heat were in Chicago. Do I have that right? Where were they? They were on the road somewhere, right? When that trade went down. Were they in
Philadelphia?
You talking about the Jimmy Butler trade?
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think it was Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Where Jaime and Tyler both get the news broken to them by a fan.
Right. Davion
Chicago
Mitchell
was the day before, Tuesday, and then Wednesday they played a back-to-back in Philly. And that's when the trade supposedly came down, but
that's right.
Thursday they made the announcement on the day of the deadline.
So Davion Mitchell ends up finding a home here in Miami, and the Heat extend that qualifying offer, $8.7 million. So what that means for those of you at home is that the Miami Heat can match any outside offer that another team may make for Davion Mitchell. And Tommy, I think you said it best in the previous segment. Davion probably has a price he's looking at. I'm sure his agent and his team are telling him, hey, we think you can get X on the open market. Now the question is, what do other teams believe Davion Mitchell should get? And will the Miami Heat ultimately match that offer? Tobin, I'll start with you. Just overall, Davion's impact last year in the playoffs against Cleveland. I know the series as a whole doesn't end the way you want it, but if I had to pick like one major bright spot consistently, it was Davion Mitchell and him just kind of proving like he's kind of built for how this organization conducts itself. He loves it here from the day he signed and he was introduced to everybody. I sat down with him and he's like, I'm glad I'm here. Like, I feel like I can maximize my abilities here. And he definitely, he did maximize his abilities. Overall, his impact was I think a positive one.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, first of all, think about the idea that he's just about the right stuff. Like, he's going to fit into the role however he wants to. With a backcourt, when you have Tyler, you're going to need somebody else to pick up that point of attack defense. And he certainly is up to taking the challenge on that. And I don't know, he just seems like if you were to build a Heat player in a lab and you were to say, hey, make him the point guard, it would be Davion Mitchell. It's like carries the basketball all over the place. I think he was showing himself on Instagram 2 days after the season ended, is already in the facility working out. Takes wearing his own jersey in town, taking pictures of himself in his jersey with fans. Carries a basketball with him wherever he goes. Like it just seems like he would fit into the fabric of the organization really, really well. And if he doesn't start, could be great coming off of a bench role, so there could be a modification there as well. But certainly, took advantage of an opportunity that this was opening up for him. And, I think if you asked Heat fans, like, who came out of last year with, like, the highest approval rating out of anybody, I would say Davion Mitchell would probably be in the running of top 3 as far as excitement level from Heat fans and where they're feeling about him. So I think bringing him back would be important for sure, just because of all the different things that he can provide. And I think, the knock on him was that he was not a good shooter and that he wasn't a threat. But, I mean, man, he knocked him down when he was here. He certainly made that he certainly bucked that claim. I hope that can continue if his Heat career continues down here.
Tommy, I think, the question is, Tobin's right, by the way. I was going to mention that. I mean, he was knocking in threes consistently.
45%.
The question is, how sustainable is that? There's no reason to say that he can't improve his career three-point shooting percentage. But B, what exactly are you getting out of him compared to what it is you're going to have to pay Davion Mitchell? Because, I love the idea of him starting as a point guard next season, but is he more of a guy who's going to be able to set up teammates, or are you looking at him because you're giving him that contract to be a scorer? And I don't know if he's somebody, as you and I discussed several times, that you can rely on day in, day out to give you a consistent 15 to 20 points per game.
Well, that's an interesting point either way, because I don't know if I like him more as a guy coming off the bench playing that position, or do I like him as a starter because he did both and he added something in both areas, which makes me think, okay, what does that make him worth in the open market? It depends on what you want as far as a team is concerned, where he fits in. You're right. At the point of attack, defensively, not a question. The two sides like each other and what he's able to bring to the table. The question is, where do we go from here as where he is as far as his role? Is he your point guard? He ought to be paid accordingly. If he's your coming off the bench, catalyst type point guard, that's another story.
Let's see. Toronto's on the clock.
Draft. The Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray Boyles.
There you go. Colin Murray Boyles.
Another guy that moved up the charts.
Yeah. From South Carolina, goes at number 9 to the Toronto Raptors. The Houston Rockets are on the clock. Tobin, the Houston Rockets have themselves a new face of the organization in Kevin Durant.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they do. Wasn't sure if you
haven't
were aware.
heard about it.
Yeah, wasn't sure.
Tell
if you
me
were
all
aware.
about it. I'd love to know.
No.
I got to hear this tape on Monday on your show.
Well, don't open up the video in this building, Tommy. That's all.
I'm not. I'll sit down with a glass of wine. I want to hear all about this. I missed all of this.
We'll get to that. Okay, we'll get to that. The elephant in the room.
You'll come out of
obviously.
it thinking sound points in an angry tone.
We'll get to that. But Tobin, somebody else, who was given a contract, Keyshawn Johnson. You and I, for years, have talked about Niko Jovic, obviously Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr. last year, Bam, Tyler. Keyshawn Johnson is somebody that you have been telling me for a while now, like, look out for him. Based on what he did in the G League, I imagine he's going to play in the Summer League again this year. And he had a pretty good Summer League last year as well, leading the Miami Heat to that title. That's a young guy who, look, he has to prove himself, but clearly another young asset that the Miami Heat feel has a promising future.
Yeah, I'm a big Keyshawn Johnson fan. I will say, I admit I may be a little bit blinded by the fact that I do, get to these games early and I watch these guys warm up. It is just a thrill to watch him dunk. He is that athletic. I think you guys got a little taste of that. If you didn't, go YouTube his highlights against the New Orleans Pelicans from last year. But, he will windmill it, reverse jam it. The question is, okay, we know he can dunk. What else can he do? You look at his body. He's got wingspan. He's built very strongly. What can he be defensively? I really feel like that. I think of like a Caleb Martin, but even a little bit bigger. Can he tap into that? Because the thing that's interesting about Caleb's journey when he was here, Cody was the guy everybody was looking at as the guy. He was the guy that Charlotte already believed in. And Caleb was the guy that you needed J. Cole to give a recommend to Caron Butler to take a look at. And the thing that was always funny with Caleb, whenever you interviewed him, is he always says, hey, I'm an offensive guy. I'm not a defensive guy. And so I'm wondering is like, hey, can Keyshawn tap into that? Obviously, having that chemistry with Pella Larson, we know how good he was on the summer league team. You look at his numbers in the G League, it was a lot of like steals and dunks, but there was some elements of shooting. The Heat, they do a really great job with their young guys. They did this with Nikola Jovic. They run them through a lot of different drills to get them set in that mindset. So clearly, yes, he needs to perfect being a spacer to be that type of stuff. But I just think that, people are looking for those defensive bodies that you can throw on the wings here. So I don't know because I got to see it at this level. But I will say from what I have seen, I really, really enjoy the young man. And I think everybody says what he is as a positive influence around his teammates too, that they'd like to have him stick around.
While Tobin was talking about Keyshawn Johnson, any of you guys see what transpired in front of us? So we're at the Heat draft party just to kind of set the scene once again here. In front of us, fans had the opportunity to shoot some free throws on the Miami Heat hardwood floor. There's also the Vice court set up on the other side. I'm not sure. I guess people can shoot some shots over there. They're doing some contests, some giveaways. But here's what happened. So there's a couple that walked up to the free throw line, and the girl goes first. She's wearing heels, knocks in 2 free throws. 2 free throws. Then her significant other, her husband, her boyfriend, whatever you want to call him, and he went 0 for 3. He airballed the last one.
Wow.
I mean, that's embarrassing.
Oh, listen.
That's embarrassing.
You know what?
I thought you were going to tell me he actually got down on the knee and proposed.
Oh.
We don't start that till Jackson and Amy come back.
Listen. I'm not a big fan of the stadium proposal. You propose at an NBA draft watch party. I hope you get turned down. I hope you get turned down.
That sounds like the segue from Kevin Durant to Keyshawn Johnson. But anyway.
That would be embarrassing, man. Absolutely embarrassing. Anyways. All right. Coming up in the next segment, we'll continue covering this NBA draft. We have a special guest coming up in the next segment as well. I'll tell you all about it when we come back. But Junior Heat Camp is going on right now, and I'll give you some insight into everything that you can expect if you're a parent out there and you want to sign your kid up for Junior Heat Camp as we continue the 2025 NBA Draft Special right here on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
This hurricane season, keep it on AM 560 Sports WQAM for hurricane coverage as we partner with CBS Ford to bring you the latest storm information. Hurricane coverage on WQAM comes from the Paul Baines Roofing Hurricane Center, serving Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. Whether it's a new roof repair or 24/7 emergency service.
I'm Paul. Give me a call
at 954-981-7663 or paulbainesroofing.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out our adventurous drink menu second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree man-sized drafts.
Lindstrom Air are the AC pros, keeping you cool when it matters most. Quality service on your plumbing too. Let Lindstrom take great care of you. Yeah, I love those guys.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Trax.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV.
Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Panthers have done it again. Back-to-back champs. Are you geared up with championship gear? Caneswear in Davie has jerseys, shirts, hats, and more. Visit the store in Davie or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot South Florida sports fans shop.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75, and stress, my age, of course, I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Is that furnished by Nesmataju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 89cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
89cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 89cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 89cash.com. That's 89cash.com. 89cash.com.
Cool way to listen to WQAM, the free Odyssey app. Download it today and make us your favorite station. Same great shows, same great games. Plus, you can use the rewind feature and listen to anything you missed. Hurry!
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to WQAM Draft Special. Solana here. Been alongside Brendan Tobin and Tommy Tighe. Appreciate everybody who's been watching along on our YouTube and Twitch stream, and obviously all of those of you who have been listening on 560 WQAM as well. We greatly appreciate it. Just an update you, obviously the Miami Heat don't select for quite some time the 20th overall pick. We're live here at the Heat official draft watch party in downtown Miami at the Kaseya Center. The Houston Rockets were on the clock. They just selected Kaman Malauch, center out of Duke. Portland is now on the clock with the 11th overall selection. We'll get back to the draft, but we'll take a quick break from it just for a few minutes to bring on a member of the Miami Heat organization, Santiago Echavarria. He is the manager of youth programming and Junior Heat. So Junior Heat Camp is a program that has been around for 20 plus years. It's available for girls and boys aged 7 through 17. So if you're a parent, listen up. It's obviously going on this summer right here at the Kaseya Center. I spoke with Santi earlier, and I asked him, what a typical day, if he could describe it, what a typical day at Junior Heat Camp is like for a young camper.
Junior Heat Camp at the core is basically a crash course of Heat culture. A camper can expect to learn the fundamentals, learn the team game, learn how to dribble, learn how to pass, learn how to shoot, everything that you need to function within the game of basketball. But then Tony Fiorentino, who's our camp director, is huge on off the court development as well. So much like the Heat culture is, it's about discipline, it's about responsibility, about accountability. So aside from the 7.5 hours of basketball you get all day, Tony is constantly trying to instill all those little tidbits of knowledge to these young kids, because like he says, it's important to be a good basketball player, but it's more important to be a good person. So he really hammers that home. He asks every morning if you made your bed, if you thanked your parents, if you, all the kind of stuff that it is to grow and evolve as a human. Tony is very big on those. So yeah, on a typical day, you'll come in, camp starts at 9. So you get an hour of shooting around / warming up. Most kids arrive by 8:45-ish. They, shoot around for a couple minutes. And then camp starts at 9. So that's when Tony begins his speech. And then on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we break out into a 3-on-3 tournament to start the day. Then we'll get into some skill work and drill work. And then we break up the camp into half. Half the camp will go to lunch. The other half will play their first 5-on-5 game of the day. And then once both of those sessions are done, they come back, probably a little more skill work and drill work. And then the second session of 5-on-5 games happen. And then they kind of meet back at center for Tony's wrap up of the day. And that's kind of what a day at camp is, And then one day of the week, we do get a player who appears.
Yeah.
So that's usually pretty fun. We'll usually have them speak to the camp, Q&A. Then they'll do individual photos with each kid, then team photos, and then also sign an autograph for every child. So that's kind of what a typical day at Heat camp looks like. It's basketball, 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 and then off-court development.
Basketball, basketball, basketball. You don't know what Heat player is going to show up. And then you've got, somebody who knows about culture, maybe, more than most people in that building, Tony Fiorentino. I imagine that's one of those experiences where in the moment, maybe some of the younger kids don't realize how cool that is to be getting taught Heat culture from Tony Fiorentino, from the coach. But a couple of years from now, that'll be a core childhood memory.
100%. Tony is a keeper of the culture. I mean, he is such an extension of Pat Riley and that staff that he coached on. So you're right. A lot of these kids, since Tony isn't on the air anymore, don't realize what he means, but a lot of the parents do, which is important. So they kind of, and then even still, when these kids watch like Dwayne Wade highlights on their social media, guess whose voice that is underneath it? It's usually Tony's voice.
They'll hear,
yeah, baby.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they
baby.
kind of start connecting that. And, Tony looks, walks, and feels all part of the culture. He's got that Godfather swag himself. So that's always pretty cool. And he just knows what he's talking about. And he's got great stories. And then what he does, what I love that he does, that when we have a random, whatever player we have coming, Tony finds what that guy's strengths are, the stories behind him, how he made it to the league, and kind of tries to relate it to the kids nowadays. So, and then we'll kind of customize the camp towards that. So, like, for example, if we have Udonis Haslem visiting on a specific week, we give out like the hardest working defender award or the best hustler award or things of that nature. So it kind of is customized to the player appearance. And Tony does a great job of digging facts and old school stories and kind of getting to the bottom of their core to really show the kids what it takes to get to the league. So that's always really cool. Tony's great at that.
There you go, parents. If you're going to sign your kids up for junior Heat camp, make sure to show them videos of Udonis Haslem taking charges. That way they will get some brownie points with everybody at junior Heat camp. Also, another really cool initiative that's going on right now is the Kaseya Center tour. And I've done the tour before. This is an awesome opportunity for families, or you're a massive Heat fan, behind the scenes look at locker rooms and pretty much everything that has to do with the Miami Heat.
100%. The Harrison family has kind of opened up the doors and allowed people who normally wouldn't be allowed to go in those spaces. They've opened the doors and have kind of given us the permission to show off the beautiful spaces we have. And our arena tour department is led by Julian Sanchez, who has become a master of tours, and he's really learned the building in and out, and all the stories and all that knowledge has been passed down from our basketball ops department to our tour guides and to our people. So everyone who takes a tour is going to see really where these guys live and breathe and learn the culture, where they practice, where they sharpen their skills. And then also other parts of the arena that are not specifically for the players, but like our lounges, all the VIP areas where all of our celebrities may sit or hang out when they're at games. So it is an awesome tour. And again, Julian has put a lot of passion and hard work into it, and he keeps perfecting it and making a better and better experience as it goes along. So I highly recommend it. To me, honestly, as a huge Heat fan, I think it's very well priced and a pretty cheap experience, especially for all that you get and all that you get to see. It's such an exclusive area. Even employees who have been here for years don't normally get a chance to go and check out a lot of these areas. You know, there's been people here who worked 5-6 years who have never even been into the locker room. So for people to get an opportunity to walk in there and see exactly where the legends of the past have sat and where current players sit and where Spogus' speech is, and to see the training room and to see the gym and to see everything that goes on behind the scenes and how big of an operation and how cool of an operation it is, it's special. So, you know, I advise everyone get on there and book your spot and come on down and take a tour.
Again, Santiago Echavarria, manager of youth programming and junior Heat. In the spirit of today, the NBA draft, we'll find out who the Heat are selecting in a couple minutes. I would imagine, Santi, you and I, our favorite draft pick in Heat history. Can I guess yours? A pretty important guy, number 3, Dwayne Wade, back in 2003.
Absolutely, man. That is, he is the ultimate, not only my favorite draft pick of all time, but just my favorite player of all time, athlete of all time, just an absolute hero of mine, and just an incredible human athlete and everything beyond that. You know, he goes so much further than just a great basketball player. He's a great human, great everything. So if we're able to pick someone that's even 5% of what Dwayne was, man, we are doing well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Thank you so much to Santiago Echavarria. I greatly appreciate his time. For more information, by the way, on those Kaseya Center tours or Junior Heat Camp, head to heat.com. There's a lot going on as we get back to the NBA draft. I welcome back Tommy Tighe and Brendan Tobin. Before we go to break, we'll try to catch up here, because right before I toss to Santi, the Rockets, they selected Kaman Maluach, the center out of Duke. He got traded, according to Commissioner Adam Silver. Tobin, maybe I'm just not remembering this, but I can't remember a commissioner stepping to the podium after a pick was already made and announced prior to another team selecting and reverting a draft selection saying that player has now been traded. I don't remember that happening. Maybe it has.
Yeah, normally it's the weird scenario of like you get drafted and then you got to wear the other team's hat. But he went through the whole process of like going through the stage, going through his interview, and then it was reported by Shams Charania that the Phoenix Suns traded for him.
The Phoenix Suns traded for him. And then the Blazers, they take Cedric Howard with the 11th overall selection. Now Shams Charania is reporting Cedric Howard is being traded to the Memphis Grizzlies in return for the Grizzlies' 16th overall selection, one of the picks that they got for Desmond Bane from the Orlando Magic, and some second-round draft picks as well. So a lot going on. And to top it all off, the Phoenix Suns don't just stop there. According to Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns have also acquired center Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets in return for the number 29 overall pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick. And if you're keeping score at home, Mark Williams, a center, going to the Phoenix Suns. Yes, they also did just trade for the draft rights to another center from Duke. So kind of a bizarre set of circumstances here for the Phoenix Suns. They lose Kevin Durant. They have now added 2 centers, Mark Williams from Charlotte and Kaman Maluach from Duke University.
It was a bit of a whirlwind there for a few minutes to try and figure everything out, and it's got to be a crazy scenario. But we're getting a lot of we got another deal that Shams is reporting that's saying the Hawks are trading the number 13 pick in the draft to the Pelicans for number 23 in return for an unprotected 2026 first-round pick. And it's kind of funny, if you go to the draft board right now, nobody has the rights to their own picks. Everybody's swapping. Yeah. Everybody's going around. we're waiting on the Bulls pick. It's supposedly in. There are rumblings about who. What do you guys want me to do for Twitter? Like, do you want me to tell just who it is?
Well, I was actually going to bring this up to you because last year we did this whole thing, Tommy, when we were doing the draft show last year. Tobin and I were trying to remain true in the spirit of the draft, like don't ruin any of the picks. But they were coming in anyways, and it was hard to ignore. It really wasn't happening much today. I don't know if you noticed that, but the first couple of minutes
started off slow. It feels like it's picking up now.
Right, nobody was spoiling the picks. And when I say nobody, this guy Shams Sharani gets paid a lot of money from ESPN.
Yes, he does.
To have everything first.
So if you want to tell me who the Bulls, go right ahead before we go to break.
Well, I got to find one more tweet on it, Tommy, because I don't know the person who is reporting this. But I will say what's rumored out there is that they're going to take Noah Esenge, the forward from France. But I don't know if that's official yet. It looks like they're about to go to the podium. We'll find out here in just a second. But it looks like Adam Silver's about to step up here for pick number 12. And we will find out what direction they go as we got the corner television here, the top Jumbotron. But Commissioner Silver stepping to the podium as we speak. And his selection is, it looked like that he is officially.
Oh, wow. That's
Nailed
a great
it.
story on him that you told me before about Noah.
Noah Esenge officially the pick there at 12 for the Chicago Bulls. And yes, he is. He plays in the Bundesliga there, Solana, and he is in the midst of the finals. But
It's a game tomorrow.
He left his team to come get drafted.
Is he flying back tomorrow?
I don't know.
We don't know the
How does that
story
work?
that way.
How does that work?
Well, he's got to be a whole press conference and whatnot, right? Like, typically the first round pick, Tommy, like
They
at
want to
least,
fly him to Chicago.
at least here you're gonna meet with the media.
That's right.
That's how it's done here. So I don't know.
Well, if you want to meet him, how about, hey, media, fly out to Germany, to the Bundesliga to watch him play. What team does he play for in Germany?
Hey, man, don't ask me so many questions.
I'm just, quick little Google
No, Alejandro, I don't know.
Google search.
But I know they're down. They're up 2-1.
Ratio Farm.
Good job.
Ratio Farm. There you go. That's actually really fascinating. 18 years old, man. 18 years old.
All right. So yeah, the Hawks trade their pick to New Orleans.
This is what we expected, by the way. Chaos.
Yeah, it's gotten chaos. Once we
Yeah.
got past the top 9,
Yeah.
it's starting to get a little crazy. I mean, like, look, we knew it was going to be crazy. The Nets hold out all these picks. Like, you didn't think that they were going to keep all of them, even though they got to feel like there's going to be some wheeling and dealing that's going to go on there.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody we talked about in the first couple hours of the program is still available, it seems,
Pretty much.
in the Miami area of 20.
Absolutely,
All the guys
absolutely.
we talked about, which I think is a good thing because we kind of assumed it could have been any of 5 people, and they're all still available.
Yeah, as long as we all feel the same way, Heat HQ feels.
And we feel the same way on December the 14th.
Yeah, very good point. All right, let's take a break. We'll get everything gathered together here because there's another trade as and Shams Sharani is ruining it here. But we'll tell you who the New Orleans Pelicans are taking coming up after this commercial break. We're live from the Miami Heat's official NBA draft watch party. We're on selection number 13. The pick is in. I'll tell you who it is when we come back. The Miami Heat are just 7 picks away as we count you down right here on your home for Miami Heat basketball.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Super savings start now at Kendall Toyota with huge savings on the best-selling Toyota Tacoma and Toyota Tundras with up to $5,000 off new 2025 Toyota Tundra Crew Cab SR5s. It's all at Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
Shift into summer at Ed Moore's Sawgrass Cadillac and lease an Optic, only $289 a month. Click edmooresawgrasscadillac.com. Approved credit courtesy transportation vehicle stock number SS 165-366, less than 5K miles, 24 months, $39.95 down, 10K annual miles, zero security plus tax, title fees.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call the Atlantic Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300, or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram has over 100 used cars on sale through Monday with huge savings. Don't miss this sale. If you're in the market for a used vehicle, you must come to Kendall for the best selection and the best prices. Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to our WQAM NBA Draft Special. As we're getting a little closer, Derek Queen, drafted technically by Atlanta, but he'll be a New Orleans Pelican. As the Pelicans trade up to number 13 to take Derek Queen. I love this kid because
the suit.
The suit is nice. There's no doubt about it.
Well, that's going to play in about 30 years, unlike some of the other ones we've seen, like LeBron's.
It is funny to go back and look at the early 2000s, like the suits these guys were wearing. Funny,
like Glenn Rice and Zoe.
Well, no, actually, Glenn Rice and Zoe, like they were tailored suits.
Oh, they were.
Maybe a little boxed up top.
Yeah,
but tailored suits, like right for the times. LeBron,
absolutely.
Wade, Melo, like the pictures of those suits where they're like 8 sizes too large. That stuff is great. Derek Queen though had maybe the best NIL deal in the NCAA tournament. Derek Queen. So yes, Dairy Queen gave him a nice little paycheck, and kudos to them. We love Dairy Queen down here now.
They got a good run going right now.
Yeah,
Derek Queen and the Panthers.
Yeah.
I love that the Panthers, by the way, just as an aside, but after all the festivities, a group of them went down to the Bahamas. Still found a Dairy Queen.
Still found a DQ, yeah. I was fascinated with the fact that there was a Dairy Queen down in the Bahamas.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we spent about 2 hours on that today on the Hockman and Crowder and Solana show.
I will say, not even used to having your own name on it yet, dude.
Yeah, you saw that. I almost forgot.
One of the things that's interesting about this, though, like, there's a lot of people talking about New Orleans. Like, wow, New Orleans is they risk trading a 2026 first-round pick, their own pick, take Jeremiah Fears, who, look, we talked about, the scope was there all over.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Queen, nobody's saying, like, hey, the guy can't be a good player. But, man, Joe Dumars, his first year in control. They say they're going to keep Zion Williamson there. He's throwing some chips in the table to try and put a roster around it right now.
Almost like, hey, forget all your stupid narratives about the West being impossible to get out of. Like, we're going to try to compete next year. It's a good point, Toby.
Maybe they're hoping expansion comes to get thrown to the East soon enough.
It's either them or Memphis.
Right.
Right?
Right, you would think.
Were they in the East at any point, New Orleans?
Yeah, they played the Heat.
That's right.
The playoffs.
That's right.
2004.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade went to the rookie.
That's
He
right.
delivered.
No. Stan Van Gundy went to the rookie.
Went to the rookie and he delivered. I'm a little rusty, gentlemen.
Wade went to the hoop.
I won't tell Tony Fiorentino. He messed that up.
Tony's asleep unless the Yankees are still playing.
He slapped me right across the face for messing that up.
So we're at pick 14, about to head to the San Antonio Spurs. And again, this was a pick from Atlanta. I believe it was the DeJounte Murray trade.
And then following that, Oklahoma City with Miami's first round pick. The last leg of a trade many years ago.
It was funny, man. I was talking with Leroy, and Leroy didn't know that this was like the payoff. Finally, he thought this was the Terry Rozier payoff. I'm like, no, this is the way back first round pick that has traveled, and he was just beside himself because he's like, you mean they just won the championship and they get the Heat's pick? I'm like, yep, that's how they're doing it right now. OKC is wrong. Hey, they didn't even get to play their first round pick last year, Nikola Topic.
Right.
So here's Adam Silver.
San Antonio Spurs select Carter Bryant from the University of Arizona.
Carter Bryant, he's going with his own style suit because he has no shirt under that suit.
Yeah, no shirt.
That's a good look.
That's a flex.
It is a flex.
That's a flex. The big chain, no shirt. Yeah. I don't know, Tom, you ever rock something like that?
No.
By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask you guys. Tobin, I know obviously I heard you guys talking about it in the air a bunch, but the NBA Finals in general, I would imagine you're as shocked as I am that this series went 7. Fellas, look, kudos to the Indiana Pacers, and a huge bummer with the way it went down in Game 7 with Halliburton getting injured. But man, I didn't think they had a chance in hell to win that series, and they pushed to 7. And if Hallie doesn't go down, who knows? They could have won the championship.
I mean, I think that's the thing that was the most impressive about Halliburton's entire run. Is it just like, man, he's got another rabbit to pull out of his hat this entire time, and the way he just orchestrates that team was just so impressive. And I think it does show to everybody, like, hey, what is the right path to build your team? We saw 2 franchises here that dealt with, a lot of consistency. You think about Miles Turner being there for a while, some of the fringe role guys that they've had, and then one spice up, trade with Pascal Siakam seemed like it was enough to get them going. And so it was a really, really entertaining run by them.
Correct me if you think I'm wrong, though. The way that they played in these playoffs, I understand the 4-5 game in the first round, getting a team that's banged up like Milwaukee was, but it reminded me of the Heat run from a couple of years ago by taking out Cleveland, and everybody thought that was impossible. And then after that, doing the same thing to New York, and then getting to this position where we said so many times, I'm talking about the Heat back in the bubble as well. When you think back to 2020, they made that type of run over teams that not many people thought they'd be able to play with, and then got to the thing, but ran into trouble with Bam getting hurt and Dragic getting hurt. And then look what happened after that. If you had those 2 guys, there's still people who still think that could have gone 6 or 7 games. But you're right. It is surprising to a certain extent, but give Oklahoma City credit. I mean, the way they played all year, nobody was better than they were when it came down to what you needed down the stretch.
You won the West by 16 games. I mean,
67 wins, 68 wins.
68.
Crazy.
Very impressive season by them. But no, it wasn't. I thought overall it was just an entertaining playoffs. But especially, I mean, Halliburton's heroics, round in and round out. That's what makes it so crushing at the end.
Right.
Because you're like, man, is this guy? It almost felt like he was destined for it, especially the way that it was in Game 6. Udonis Haslem was on ESPN. He's like, did they okie doke us? Like, is he that hurt? And so it's just crushing to see. I mean, all these Achilles injuries that are plaguing the league right now is a scary thing.
Yeah, now it's interesting to me. I'm probably to you guys as well. What does Oklahoma City need right now when they get a pick here and they get another one in the first round? What they're going to need in the future with all the draft picks they still have coming down the road. But looking at it realistically right now, you look at what they have. What direction? They can go to almost any direction and just put depth in there. Just like you mentioned, the guy who they drafted last year didn't even play this season.
If you're Sam Presti, you're probably thinking about, all right, who am I not going to give the Supermax to? So I should start thinking about their replacement.
Yeah.
But you have that much leeway,
But it's almost that it seems to be like the new strategy moving forward for a lot of these teams, right? Like stockpile assets, stockpile picks, hope that one of the guys you either trade for or you draft ends up being a superstar.
Yeah.
And then you have like this constant revolving door of assets, picks, young talent that, hey, look, are they going to be able to afford to pay Jalen Williams, NSGA, and Chet Holmgren, and Hartenstein, and Alex Caruso? Probably not at a certain point. They're going to have to move on from some of these guys, but they're not really concerned because guess what? They've got 17 first-round picks over the next 5 years anyway, so they'll find another guy.
The way Philadelphia tried to do a few years ago, and everybody laughed at them back then, how they were tanking year after year after year, ended up with Embiid, and there's about 3 or 4 of those picks that if they went in the right direction, if Ben Simmons actually became something, if Markelle Fultz, Jahlil Okafor, some of the other ones that they picked around, the top 5 that they had. But, that's just the way the draft happens to be. Sometimes you get fortunate with the picks that you end up with when you are picking as often as they were. Oklahoma City definitely has.
Philly walked so that Oklahoma City could run. The difference is OKC, they hit on their picks, and they're very fortunate that the Los Angeles Clippers made one of the worst trades ever.
Well, you hear how that went down. Kawhi Leonard, they're blaming as the reason behind it because he said, I'm not playing with rookies. Get me another star. Went out and got Paul George.
And it makes sense, by the way. Like, you acquire Kawhi Leonard, and at that time, putting together big threes, cores, big twos, whatever you want to call them.
Especially after what Leonard was coming off of in 19.
Right. There's no doubt about it. I see Tobin has found the pictures I was about to bring up. We've got inside the war room pictures by the Miami Heat social team right now. Pat Riley, he's ready to go. You've got Eric Spoelstra with his glasses on, looking at his phone. Nick Garrison, Alonzo Mourning, who joined us earlier today. He's giving a shoulder rub to general manager Andy Ellisberg. And owner Mickey Harrison is there as well. Still has great hair. I mean, everybody, the entire brain trust of the operation, we got some pictures of them.
It's got to be exciting up there because, this has been a bit of a crazy, second part of the draft after we got kind of past the not too many surprises, pretty chalk for the most part, other than Bailey deliberately falling. But, now we've gotten to some crazy times. And so, this is the time, I think, as the Heat, you're probably like, all right, I think we feel pretty good about where things are at right now.
I would like to think so.
So it's going to be interesting to see where these things fall once we get to pick 15. I mean, we're right there, boys. We're going to get there soon.
So Walter Clayton Jr. is kind of what we're expecting, still on the board. If he's there, Tobin, would you be bummed if the Heat didn't select him?
I always say this, look, I'm not the person. I don't watch enough college basketball. I'm not going to be a phony and be like, oh my God, I can't believe that's the guy they've taken. I go by as being an NBA fan and being a Heat fan, like, hey, that front office has earned a lot of trust with me when it comes to selecting guys recently. There's not a lot, where you could look at it and be like, man, they really blew that one. And so I feel like if they got a good feel for it, I feel like I'm going to have a good feel for it because, you can just sense like they put these guys, we were talking to Zoe just about the workouts they put through, how they tap into these guys and figure out what the right pick is. But to get to your Walter Clayton talk, how could you hate it? I mean, the guy was an absolute stud for the best team in the country that won the championship. He shoots the lights out. I understand that, people would look at that and be like, oh, does that work with Tyler Hero? Guess what, dude? Tyler Hero, when he first got into the league, was a 6-man. The Heat were in a situation where they had Kendrick Nunn, an undrafted point guard, and Tyler Hero was coming off the bench with Goran Dragic. They did not have – they had 2 undrafted guys in the backcourt with Duncan Robinson. So it's okay if in the first year you figure things out, and we'll see what he flourishes to in his best role.
Well, I could go either way because in the very beginning of this, I said that we go for the best available player, but also I said if a guard is sitting there, I'd like to see somebody who can run an offense and do some things in the backcourt. You still have people that do that. You can go both ways. You've got wings. You've got, besides Clayton, you've got Richardson, who also plays well in the backcourt.
Yep.
You also have several other guys like Nick Clifford, who put up a double-double in college. Granted, the competition at Colorado State, not exactly what you see in some of the bigger conferences, but there are other people out there that they can go with if that's the direction they want to take with a wing as opposed to a guard. So I still think they're in very good position to go in either direction and come out with something.
It's funny because you think of, the guys Pat Riley would have drafted at different times of him being the president, and it seemed like, a wing, versatile player who can pretty much play positionless basketball, handle the ball, Bam Adebayo type almost. I know Bam isn't really a wing, but you know what I'm saying. Just a versatile, athletic monster. But who knows? Like, it could be a different pick tonight, and that's what I'm expecting. Guys, Tommy, you said somebody who can be a playmaker. I'm looking at a scorer, which is why I like Walter Clayton Jr., somebody who can shoot the basketball, somebody you can rely on to get you points, somebody who isn't going to have a massive learning curve to score the basketball, because at the end of the day, even if they're a little raw, right now, in my opinion, what the Heat need more than anything is some help putting the ball in the basket, man, because if you're going into this season again relying on Tyler Hero to pretty much carry the load each and every night, I don't think it's sustainable. And it showed last year come postseason time.
Yeah, I mean, the guy who got mocked today by ESPN as we got onto draft day was Liam McNeely from UConn, which fascinating. People, regard him as one of the better shooters in this draft, but he didn't have good numbers last year. That's kind of the interesting thing about it. Like, if you look at it, you're like, oh, that's not impressive. But everybody says as far as, the way the shot looks and what he projects to be, because he is young, he's only 19 years old, that this is a guy that will project in the NBA to still be a very, very good shooter, good size on him. So I think that's going to be an interesting one too, because as I mentioned, like, I am interested in where the Heat kind of find an influx of three-point shooting. It is one of the important skills here in the NBA. You do need guys who can hit it from downtown, and with Duncan Robinson's future a little bit in flux because he could opt out of his contract, he could opt in and the Heat could cut his contract, or it's an expiring deal. If the Heat end up trading him, like, you're going to need somebody to step in there and fill that void a little bit.
Guys, pick number 16 is on the clock right now. Memphis will select 16. We are inching closer and closer to the Miami Heat's 20th overall selection. Any chance of a trade is still on the table, but seems less likely now as we get a little bit closer. Here's what we'll do. We'll kind of squeeze in a break here. When we come back, the Miami Heat will select as part of the 2025 NBA Draft. We're live at the Miami Heat's official NBA watch party in downtown Miami, inside the Kaseya Center. You're listening to Tommy Ty, Tobin. I'm Solana right here on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
Football coverage on WQAM is sponsored by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on iPhone 16 Pro.
At Kendall Toyota, our best selection of the year is on sale now. Huge inventory of new Toyota Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, RAV4s, and more. Or save thousands on pre-owned vehicles with select models slashed up to 50% off their original selling price. Our goal at Kendall Toyota is 100% credit approval, and paperless financing makes buying easy in 45 minutes or less, guaranteed. All on sale, all month long at the all-time in the 305. First in Miami since 1969. Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL.
Every day is an amazing day at Cheetah Pompano Beach. Free lunch till 3 p.m., happy hour till 6 p.m., and $100 bottle specials Sunday through Wednesdays. CheetahSOFL.com for more info.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300, or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your favorite shows, the games of your favorite Miami teams, and more can be heard on the free Odyssey app. Don't miss out. Download it today and make WQAM your favorite station.
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
7-2.
All right, we have a surprise pick in the NBA Draft. Welcome back to our WQAM Draft Special.
NBA Draft. The Memphis Grizzlies select Yang Hansen from Zibo, China.
There you go. From Zibo, China, age 20 years old. He is 7'2".
Wow.
Plays for the Qingdao Eagles.
I think, wasn't he in the same workout as Walter Clayton? Isn't he rep by Clutch? I think he is.
Really?
I think he is. I think that's the same guy. I hope it's the same guy. But I think that he was at that same one with Walter Clayton in that LA workout that Pat and Andy were all out with a bunch of the front office people went to the Clutch workout.
Hey, Dale.
And you had him going in the 16th pick.
Dale.
I didn't.
I was going to say.
I got Uptown Dale here. I'm going to turn the camera. Dale, we're live on our draft special. I'm trying to turn the camera around so that people can see what your pants look like. Where did Dale? Where did you get those pants? Let's see. Let's turn the camera around. Can you show everybody?
Wow.
Yeah. Look
Tremendous.
at that. Where'd you get those pants, Dale?
They're golf pants. Wow. Perfect.
Best pants here tonight, man.
Perfect.
No doubt about it. There you go. Uptown Dale. You never know what surprise you're going to get on the WQAM draft show.
At 10 o'clock at night.
Imagine showing up.
That definitely was a surprise, though.
To Biltmore. The
Biltmore
pants
or the pick?
The picks. Oh. The pants, I'm not surprised. Dale's always coming right with whatever accessories he needs.
All right, so we've got Minnesota, 17th overall. Washington, 18th overall. Brooklyn, 19. And then the Miami Heat will select 20th overall. Would you be surprised here if there was a trade, by the way, by the Miami Heat, a trade up for any of the guys that they had on their board?
Yes, that would surprise
I would
me
too at this point, yes.
They don't really have any second-round draft capital.
No.
Certainly not this year. They have no second-round picks, so it would be tough for them really to use second-round picks to get up into the draft anyways.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe you don't have to use as much as the Pelicans just did, but the Pelicans just had to give up a pretty penny to move into that spot that they wanted to get Derek Queen. So, no, I don't think so. So,
Yang Hansen
and a number 1 to Portland.
A 2028 first-round pick.
Another one of those Orlando picks.
2 future second-round picks to the Trailblazers. And the Memphis Grizzlies get Cedric Howard, the 11th overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft.
Well, 2 weeks ago, this gentleman was supposed to be picked in the 20 to 25 range. All of a sudden, his workouts with different teams, unlike Ace Bailey, turned out to be pretty productive for the young man, ending up in the top in the lottery area.
If you're just joining us, by the way, we appreciate you tuning in. We are live, streaming live with video on YouTube and Twitch. If you were watching, you would have seen Uptown Dale's pants. For those of you listening, we appreciate you tuning in. There were no major surprises early on in the draft. Cooper Flagg, of course, goes number 1 from Duke. And then Dylan Harper goes number 2. VJ Edgecombe goes number 3. Concanepo went 4 to the Charlotte Hornets. The big question, I think everybody was just waiting to see, okay, how far, if he falls, would Ace Bailey out of Rutgers fall? And he ended up going to the Utah Jazz. Now, I don't know how thrilled he is about being in Utah, but
didn't look that thrilled.
Should be happy about being picked in the top 5, considering where he could have ended up. The way he was being, looked at from an awful lot of people, could have fallen down around 10.
I thought he was. I thought he was falling out of the top 10. I thought he was going to lose a lot of money tonight. Truthfully,
is this where like Danny Ainge or Austin Ainge have to call up Dwayne Wade and have to use his ownership and being like, "Hey, D, can you have a talk with Ace?"
You bring the championship rings into that conversation as well, and kind of set him down on the table and talk some sense into the kid. But other than that, man, like nothing big has happened. Minnesota, by the way, 17th overall selection.
2025 NBA draft. The Minnesota Timberwolves select Johan Biranji from Strasbourg, France, and the Olympia Club in Slovenia.
Got a little run on centers going here.
Wow. France really having renaissance in the NBA. Man.
Oh my God.
Man.
It's been very impressive. I mean, like, look, we've seen it. We've seen all these all the talent that they had, how good they played against USA in the Olympics, but it has been impressive to see what France is going through right now.
If it's going to lead to more Olympic gold medal matches like the one we saw, I mean, sign me up, man. No joke. That was some of the best basketball I've seen in a really long time. Aside
I agree.
From Steph Curry's heroics. Just
especially the last 6 minutes.
Last 6 minutes. It reminds me of USA Spain in the 2008 Redeem Team final where you just knew Kobe, LeBron, and Wade were going to lead that team. But Spain with Pau and Marc Gasol, a couple other guys in the NBA on that team as well. It was just an electric gold medal match all the way down to the wire.
The interesting thing here is, guys, we talked about what we're going to go into tonight and the Heat not need. And we said the most unlikely thing is probably a big. We've now had 3 straight centers. 4 out of the last 5 have gone. So the run on size is right here, which does seem like it would lead to being here now 3 picks away from Miami does feel like, all right, you may get somebody here in the wheelhouse. Miami's got to be pretty thrilled with what has gone on these last 3 picks.
I would think so because, like I said about an hour ago, the 5 or 6 people we talked about going back to 7 o'clock are all still available, or at least 5 of the 6 might still be all available, and they all seem to fit the same type of feel, whether it's a guard or a 6'6", 6'7" forward. And so either way, that fits in well with, I think, what Miami wants to do going into this draft.
Do you should we sneak in one more break here, Tobin? What do you think? Try to sneak in one more break?
I think we should be all right.
Yeah, that way.
Unless they trade. If that's the case, we'll just tell Brittany, hey, get us back. But I think we should be fine.
Yeah, all right. Let's sneak in one more break here, Brittany. Thanks to Brittany doing an excellent job back in the studio, by the way. There are 4 minutes left on the clock for Washington. Then Brooklyn goes. Then Miami goes. That way we can spend a little bit more time
leading up to the pick.
Our reaction and leading up to the pick as well. So we'll take a break here live from the Kaseya Center. The Heat's 20th overall selection in the first round of the NBA draft is coming up next right here on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
This hurricane season, keep it on AM 560 Sports WQAM for hurricane coverage as we partner with CBS Ford to bring you the latest storm information. Hurricane coverage on WQAM comes from the Paul Baines Roofing Hurricane Center, serving Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. Whether it's a new roof repair or 24/7 emergency service.
I'm Paul. Give me a call
at 954-981-7663 or paulbainesroofing.com.
During the Employee Price Plus event at Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, lease a 2025 Ram for only $345 per month, or Jeep Wrangler for $219 per month, or Jeep Grand Cherokee for only $279 per month at Kendall Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Miami Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I always love talking to one of my favorite guys, Michael Kotze from Choice Mortgage, to find out what's going on in the real estate market. Let's start with a reverse mortgage.
If you're 62 and over and have equity in your property, call me right now to consolidate that high interest rate credit card debt, homeowner association fees, assessments, and these high insurance premiums that continue to go up. 561-441-2730, and feel free to text me. Joe, can you believe it? The rates are starting to tick down, and we have fixed rates with no prepayment penalty.
Hear this all the time, credit card debt, people running it up and have gotten in over their head. Talk about that.
Joe, you tell me, would you like to pay 30% interest on your credit card debt? Right now, we can bundle that debt, put it to your home, and lock you in at a low fixed rate.
Folks, that's Michael Kotze at Choice Mortgage. He really doesn't have a life. He's always working. 7 days a week. Call or text him. That cell phone number again, 561-441-2730. MLS 166254. Rates and terms subject to change. Daily without notice. He's an equal housing lender. Let's be real. Life hits hard. Anxiety, depression, maybe the drinking's gotten out of hand. Doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're human. Recovery Unplugged in Fort Lauderdale, these folks get it. They've helped 19,000 people in 13 years with treatment for mental health and substance abuse, led by expert doctors and therapists who build a plan around you. Most insurance accepted. Call 954-737-4508 or visit recoveryunplugged.com. Recovery Unplugged, heal out loud.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The Panthers have done it again. Back-to-back champs. Are you geared up with championship gear? Caneswear in Davie has jerseys, shirts, hats, and more. Visit the store in Davie or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot South Florida sports fans shop.
Sports lives here. WQAM Miami. WPOW HD2 Miami. WKIS HD2 Boca Raton. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Time for more coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft. Let's head to the Kaseya Center with Tobin and Solana on the home of the Miami Heat. AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Miami Heat are 2 picks away from being on the clock. The Washington Wizards, their pick is in. They're selecting 18th overall. This will be their second pick here in the first round. And the Brooklyn Nets are next. The second of their 5 picks in the first round tonight. And then the Miami Heat will select 20th overall. I'm watching a Twitter post here. Shams Charania, he tweets, reporting live from the 2025 NBA Draft on the Phoenix Suns, landing 2 centers within minutes to address issues. And Walter Clayton Jr. has just been selected by the Washington Wizards.
And getting traded to Utah.
Wow.
So he is going to end up in Utah
with Ace
Bailey. So there you go.
Yeah.
Probably the most popular name around the Heat. We heard a lot of rumblings over the last. It seemed he wanted to will it. And, you know, if you believe in Team Petty, Danny Ainge steps in.
He does. Yeah, he really does. So a couple other guys were on the board. Kind of a bummer, not going to lie. I was looking forward to having that hometown tie-in with the Florida Gators. I shouldn't say hometown, but home state tie-in with the Florida Gators. And yes, slightly annoying that he's going to Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz. Liam McNeely from UConn, the guard. Asa Newell, Georgia, he's a forward. Nick Clifford from Colorado State, a guard. And Kasparis Jakuchonis, who's still on the board. Illinois, guard as well. Jace Richardson is somebody we've talked about today several times, gentlemen, who, you know, Michigan State, little undersized, but certainly very, very talented, and the son of Jason Richardson, former NBA All-Star.
Yeah, we also mentioned with him, didn't get an invite to the lottery, so it might be a little bit of a surprise if he did. I don't know if that speaks to, like, he's just not getting the response. Maybe he wanted to just do it at home, but he did not get that invite to the green room like many of these other picks did. So just keep that in mind. If it does come to the Heat at 20, doesn't mean he won't get picked, but maybe an inclination about whether or not he didn't think he was going to be in that top 20.
Nolan Traore also was somebody I saw mocked to the Miami Heat out of France, 6'3", 175 pounds. Pretty much, you know, a scoring guard as well. That's somebody I saw mocked to the Miami Heat in a couple different outlets. But right now, I mean, you know, we mentioned a couple of these guys, but I don't know, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not any of these names, right? That sometimes seems to be the direction that the Miami Heat go with.
Yeah, I think from the other standpoint of, you know, like we said, there was a little bit of a run here where a lot of the names that have been, other than Walter Clayton, there are still there available. So it's going to be interesting to see how this does fall, but we're getting closer.
The Portland Trailblazers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to Cedric Coward, the 11th pick, and the Grizzlies are trading to the Trailblazers the draft rights to Jan Hansen, the 16th pick. And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr. from the University of Florida.
There you go. Now it is official. Obviously, a lot of buzz around Walter Clayton Jr. and the guy who really, you know, performed at an incredible level for the Florida Gators in their title run in the NCAA tournament goes in the first round.
Well, it's understandable he'll go in the first round. There were some people that thought maybe late in the first round a couple of weeks ago, but his draft stock continued to move up with his workouts. You know what his pedigree is by the way that he finished with the Florida Gators and played real well before that with Iona. So it's an unfortunate thing for any team that's looking for somebody who's played 4 years and is looking for experience, but there's still a few guys out there with that ability able to help out in so many different ways. Whether you decide to go guard again, there's still a few out there, and same thing with forwards. But I can understand an awful lot of people in the area who root for the Gators who would have liked to have seen him come here. But, give the Jazz credit for figuring out the situation and being able to make the move with the Wizards. And there's still a real good portion of people out there to pick at the 20th spot, and you're only 2 spots away from that right now. So that he can get almost anybody that a lot of us had talked about before this thing even started.
It's interesting, too, because you got to wonder how it is in that war room, knowing how many trades have just been going down left and right. Like, it does have to throw you for a loop because maybe you have intel on, what a certain team in front of you is going to do, but then all of a sudden you're swooped in because somebody else is like all of a sudden there. They're like, nope, we were interested in that guy. So it's got to be pretty interesting, like with what's going on upstairs at the in the war room.
And I wonder, okay, they have their big board, right? And they have the guys that they're kind of expecting to fall to them, the guys that they've scouted, the guys that they like going into, the night. I wonder how it kind of starts to change and adjust. You're feeling on certain dudes if they're taken a little bit earlier than you expected, or if they're not. If you just stick to your big board or you pivot at the last minute and you say, hey, we weren't expecting X player to be there, even if they're not on our big board, we're probably going to have to go with them.
I'm sure there's some of that because they're not just sitting there looking at 2 players. I have the feeling that there's anywhere between 5 to 8. When they get to 15, they figure in their mind, well, if this guy goes off the board, what do we have as our number 2 guy? And the same thing falls in place for 3 and 4. And you're wondering exactly – what guy is going to be fitting exactly into your culture. And right now, this is pretty much still a decent situation that they're in. I mean, it's not like, we're at the 56th pick where there's really not much and you're starting to think about guys that you're going to fill the roster with in Summer League. This is somebody that you want that can contribute right away in the rotation.
And the other thing that's going to be interesting to see, we talked last segment about could we see the Miami Heat trading up, which I found unlikely, but is there going to be somebody in the late 20s that says, hey, would you swap back? Because we just saw this happen with Utah.
For maybe a couple of picks like Brooklyn
a couple of picks later. So that's another interesting thing that we're going to have to check out.
It's possible, but then again, you have the same situation where who's to say that Walter Clayton doesn't move on to somebody else, or some of these other players that are out there might end up in the middle of the night in being traded to another team that you didn't even expect would even happen.
Hey, Tobin, look, I'll be the first to go on the record here. I'll be bummed if the Heat move back in the first round. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'll just be bummed.
Oh, you have somewhere to go?
No, it's not even about that. Like, I just like the idea of the anticipation of picking 20th, picking 20th, picking 20th. I'm not saying it's a bad decision, Tommy, right? Like, obviously, I think the guys in the war room know a little bit more than I do. I would just be bummed if the Heat traded back into the first round or out of the first round.
I don't think they'll do that.
Give me a new Heedle tonight, gentlemen. Give me somebody in the next 5 minutes. So we've been talking about for the past couple hours. I'm looking forward to that.
Look, I didn't mean to speak an overtime game into existence, boys. I was just saying it's been a crazy night. And so
you did the unthinkable there.
We got the Brooklyn Nets pick is in. So we can throw to the podium here shortly once the commissioner steps up there. Walter Clayton Jr. looking absolutely thrilled that he's going to Utah instead of Miami.
Despite wearing is that the Wizards hat that he's rocking? The Washington Wizards hat?
Yeah, that's the dopey thing that they make him do. They're like, hey, just act like you're a wizard. I don't understand that. I'll never understand that. Like, what? Why make them wear, why have the hat at all? Here's a hat you're never going to have to deal with. It makes no sense whatsoever.
And then he has to talk about it like if he's a Washington Wizard, but you may not be there. You may be elsewhere. It's just a weird dynamic at play.
Very, very strange. But
so Tobin, I just want everybody be on the same page here. We're not spoiling this, right? We're going to find out all together, even though you might read it. We're going to find out all together.
Turn off Twitter? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay.
I want us all.
I'll do that for
together.
you, just because you asked.
Thank you.
But I'm not happy about it. But
I'm just looking at Sham saying what the rest of this trade is with Clayton. Draft picks in 2020, 31 and 32. It's amazing, like how many of these second-round picks move, and then you just become trade fodder somewhere down the road, moving on someplace else, in 2028 or 2029.
Well, I guess Wikipedia's got to update. Sorry, Walter. I know you tried to edit it into existence.
Talk about somebody jinxing this draft, huh?
Hey, man, listen. I know you wanted dinner with Eric Spoelstra, but Will Hardy, I hear he's a good time. He's a good hang. All right, we're going to go to the podium. Brooklyn's pick is in.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traoré from Charenton, France, and the San Quentin basketball in France.
All right. Nolan Traoré gets the pick in Brooklyn, number 19. Your Miami Heat officially on the clock.
Yes, sir.
Definitely a name that we were talking about. There were reports that he worked out with the Miami Heat, but he is now off the board, and he is headed to Brooklyn. At least for now.
And that means the Miami Heat on the clock. 5 minutes and counting now until the pick is in.
I really can't have Twitter open for this?
You cannot.
All right.
I'm not gonna allow it.
All right.
We're gonna find out all together. Look, he's twitching Tommy like you can't.
I love a good draft spoil. This is what I live for. I want to see if anybody's going to go out there. What if there's a trade? You don't want me to know if there's a trade?
No, we'll find out together.
We'll
find out together.
Yeah, but he's been weird with it. Like Adams, I don't. You know what? I can't keep you promise. I'm sorry.
We'll find out together.
All right, I'm going to at least keep my phone up, so I have noties, just so I know. All right. I promise I won't look at Twitter, but if my phone has a notification, I'm going to look.
Okay.
Okay. Just so you know.
All right, that's fair.
I'm going to try and be good, but I can't promise anything. I wasn't ready for this.
So, guys still available that the Heat reportedly worked out. Jace Richardson from Michigan State, somebody we've talked about.
Will Riley.
Steve Settle, the third, out of Temple. Will Riley out of Illinois, the forward. Tyrese Proctor, the guard out of Duke. Jamal Mashburn Jr., guard out of Temple. A lot of these guys not necessarily going to be selected here with the 20th overall pick.
But there's always the thought that some of them might slip through the cracks into the second round. Not only that, but maybe get or be undrafted and pick them up for summer league.
This is kind of cool. We got a live look into the war room here inside the arena, which is a cool look.
You saw Andy Ellisberg on the phone. I would imagine he's talking to whoever got selected there.
I know. Well, the interesting thing, this is what messes me up with you banning me from Twitter, is like online, the clock is like a minute ahead. I don't even know what's real anymore.
It's crazy, man.
Jones in the know who the Heat's pick is going to be.
Can't spend 2 seconds off of Twitter, Tobin. I mean, come on.
This is what Twitter was made for. Even Tommy knows that. He's not on social media.
Even Tommy knows that. That's for sure. What is social media?
It's a draft party, right?
I understand it's a draft party. It's very exciting. Bernie's here. The Heat dancers. There's thunder sticks. It's a time, man.
All right. Do we want to guess who the Heat are going to take here? Any of you have any guesses? I'm going to go with Jace Richardson. Just a gut feeling. Jace Richardson out of Michigan State.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
For some reason, Nick Clifford is speaking to me.
All right.
I feel like Nick Clifford is going to be the pick.
I feel like you would like a Kasparis Jakuchonis out of Illinois.
Lithuania, stand up, man. Yeah. You got one of those. You add all those fun names along with Nikola Jovic. I'm all for it.
Kind of a roller coaster ride of emotions over the past.
If he has Nico's personality, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Week or two, if you think about it. Didn't necessarily know if the Heat would be picking tonight. Didn't know if this 20th overall selection would be elsewhere. But here it is.
We got Mickey Harrison going over to Adam Simon, who's cheesing there now on the ESPN broadcast.
Andy Ellisberg puts down the phone.
It seems like the pick is in.
The facility's in Coral Gables, Florida.
That's not where this is.
That is not at all where it is, yeah.
Guys missed the...
It's like calling it South Beach.
You missed the mark. Hey, nice try, though. I appreciate it.
Hey,
At least they didn't call it South Beach
is geographically challenged.
Well, how about ESPN during the NHL final?
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Alejandro, we're actually waiting for the commissioner. You're not going to take any chances looking on Twitter.
I am not.
Okay.
And I
want to really bad. I bet everybody already knows already, and I don't know.
I have told Brennan
I'd
Tobin
hear cheers,
he is not
wouldn't
allowed to look at Twitter. He's trying to refresh ESPN's website.
I'm looking for loopholes.
Just in case our stream is a little behind. But we will all find out together.
Suspense is killing me.
As soon as the commissioner of
felt
the
good about-
National
I felt-
Basketball Association steps to the podium.
Felt good about Adam Simon's smile to Mickey. Felt like he felt proud. A lot of yammering between these people.
Yeah.
Oh, Sham.
Oh, Sham says news.
Oh, Sham says news.
Says the Miami Heat are remaining active despite not landing Kevin Durant via trade. Some Jonathan Kuminga news.
All right.
Which
He's
we
saying that they're
expected.
taking a little looky-loo at Jonathan Kuminga. There has been a lot of buzz around him in Miami.
A lot.
About that?
That news, there was a report from The Athletic about it today. All right. I don't think I've seen the Heat war him this many times on a broadcast before.
Crazy, right? I see Ruth Riley Hunter in the corner as well.
Even when they picked Wade, didn't see anything like this.
Yeah.
When they had a high pick. But it all comes down to, they're taking every single second on this clock. I know everybody went crazy. Okay, the pick is in. Now it's been 5 minutes.
Miami went so off the board. ESPN's putting some graphic packages together.
Yeah, maybe it's this guy from China.
Again, if you're just joining us, by the way, live from the Miami Heat NBA draft party here in downtown Miami at the Kaseya Center. The pick is in.
And here comes
we
the
head
commissioner.
To the podium, Adam Silver.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Kasparas Jakučionis from Vilnius, Lithuania, and the University of Illinois.
Kasparas Jakučionis.
All right, there you go.
Good luck with that name.
Kasper Jakučionis is the
Very
newest member of your Miami Heat, taken 20th overall by this organization, the fourth consecutive year that the Miami Heat select a player in the first round. Nikola Jovic, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Khalil Ware, and now Jasper Jakučionis.
Kasparas Jakučionis.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting is he was a guy, literally was on ESPN's best available for a good run of like 6 picks. So could have been a situation where Miami's like, hey, man, I didn't think somebody like this was going to fall to us. It'll be interesting to hear what they have to say about this. But, playing for the Illini last year, good size on him.
19 years old, by the way, 6'6". Get you a couple different draft descriptions on him, but I'll tell you what the Ringer says about him: a high-field orchestrator and playmaker who will add rhythm and flow to whatever offense he joins. Wingspan is at 6'8", averaged 13.5 points last year, 32% shooting from beyond the arc on almost 5 attempts per game for the Illini. 4.5 rebounds per game, 6 assists per game as well.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting is just like, I don't think anybody had him falling this far. That's the thing that's interesting about it. So we talked about that interesting run that you had there. Now, certainly there were a lot of trades, so you have to wonder like what that did to his draft stats, because it seemed like a lot of these teams in the middle were targeting size. But, highly rated by it, so I think that he probably got to be excited with the talent that they got there at this pick.
I would think so, because offensively he's there. He's a decent offensive player. A lot of people seem to think if you're going to compare him with anybody in the league right now, it's Bogdan Bogdanovic, who can put the ball in the basket.
Right.
And it's the type of thing we've been talking about, is getting a rotation player. And I've been saying all along, a wing or a guard. We're talking 6'5", 6'6" for this kid. And a lot of people believe coming out of the Big Ten, he'll easily be able to translate his game over to the NBA game. So all in all, you look at the strengths and weaknesses out of this kid's game. He's like any other rookie. It's going to take time for him to be the type of player that anybody wants. But off the cuff, you just figure, hey, all things considered, that's not a bad pick at the position that you're taking him in.
Yeah, and you think about, the needs coming into tonight, Tommy, and there's no doubt offensive impact was paramount for this Heat team. They prioritized that. And Kasparas Jakučionis, bottom line, pick and roll, playmaker, and it seems like somebody who the Miami Heat are going to be able to lean on, hopefully, to score some points and be able to play make as well.
You're 100% right. The thing is that he's not a tremendous defender, and he's got the fundamentals and the body to play in the game. But still, you look at some of the things he does. He doesn't handle the ball all that well. So if you're looking for a point guard to run the show, this is not the direction right there. But he has wing capabilities. Probably can play 2, maybe even the 3 at a stretch. But, he could do some different things. He can make plays. And that's pretty much what you're asking as far as an offensive performer like him.
Yeah, the need to play make on this team is definitely one of those things that's out there. And so, to find a void like this, it was about in the same run we were talking about with Traore, but it was one of those things where I don't think people thought that we were going to be able to get this Jakučionis. Trying to get that right. Jakučionis.
Kasparas,
you got plenty of time to get ready for it.
I got it.
Summer League's not for another few weeks.
Precious Achiuwa was hard a couple of years ago, Tommy.
Yeah. We got that down, Pat.
Yep.
You'll do the same thing here.
Here we go. Heat first-round pick, according to Will Manso. I guess his first comments to the media, I speak Spanish, and in Miami, a lot of people speak Spanish.
I like it. I like it. Hey, Lithuania was good for...
So bring Jose over here to do the interview.
Lithuania was good for the Bulls last year with Matus Buzelis.
Certainly was. Illinois had a couple of players. They had that kid Riley.
Will Riley, yep.
Not the same, type of player. But Illinois, not a bad club. They were ranked most of the season, so they've got some decent talent. And, just because you take a look and say you did not get certain players, you did get this kid, and the guys upstairs definitely have an idea of what they're looking for, and I'm sure this kind of fits the bill.
Well, I'll say this. Tobin, you mentioned it a couple times. I mean, a lot of people are projecting him to go top 10 in the draft. Certainly not falling all the way down to number 20. So for anybody out there who's looking at Walter Clayton Jr. and saying, I'm a little bummed that he didn't fall to Miami, a team traded up for Walter Clayton Jr. in front of Miami. And, at the end of the day, you got somebody who's projected to go a lot higher than number 20. And, I kind of will go back to my sentiment just a few seconds ago. Look, this is somebody who, at the end of the day, can score the basketball and seems to be an elite passer already. And that's something you can use right off the bat.
Well, I think the other thing that's interesting, too, is when you have guys, getting that chance to play in European basketball and just that ability to play make for everybody. It's just such a thing that's ingrained. We saw that with Jovic, right off the bat, even when he was a string bean.
That's right.
Just first preseason action that he was just whipping the ball around, great passes, and you can see with Jakučionis that it's Jakučionis. I'm gonna call him KJ for a little bit. Jakučionis, that it was that some of the highlight reel passes that he can make are very, very impressive.
Don't worry, Hawk already texted me, by the way, letting me know that I called him Casper and that his first name is not
Kasparas.
Kasparas. Yeah, we'll get it. We got some time to
like I said,
work on that.
Summer League's not for another. Well, heck, the California League's only in a couple of weeks, but Vegas after that, there'll be plenty of opportunities to watch him play and play with some of his now new teammates. I'm under the assumption Pelle Larsson will be out there, and we hear Ware is going to play a couple of games.
Get some time, and we know Keyshawn Johnson is going to be out there a little bit too. So
and maybe Stevens if he's healthy enough.
I really do like the idea though, having as many playmakers and ball handlers out on the floor. You think of the potential, right? Where obviously you have Tyler Hero, but your true point guard is Bam Adebayo. So your center can handle the ball, or your power forward can handle the ball, your 4 or 5, whatever we want to call them. And then Niko Jovic, who has that size and that length, we know he can handle the ball, and we're kind of expecting him to have a much larger role in the offense, Tobin. And look, who knows, about Pelle Larsson next season, what that role is going to look like. I would like to imagine he'll have a greater role, much larger than he did last year, but he's somebody else who can handle and who can play make a little bit. You're hoping he'll kind of improve in those areas. And now, maybe you add Kasparis to the mix. Who knows at what point? But, I'm looking down the line. We didn't think Pelle Larsson was going to be playing in the playoffs and helping you down the stretch to make the playoffs. And he was really a vital part of that off the bench. Hopefully that's what you have, right? A bunch of different guys who, yes, they can shoot the ball, but pick and roll game with Van, pick and roll game with Kel'el Ware. They're going to be able to make stuff happen and set up other guys and their teammates.
Mike Biamonte is fired up. What do we have? Do we have any? Have you walked anything out yet?
Yeah, well, we botched his name at least 19 times already.
Already. We're already fumbling all over the place. We're getting through it together. Kasparis Yakuchonis.
Kasparis Yakuchonis.
I kind of make him a little Latin there at the end. I got to stop doing that.
Yakuchonis. Well, he said he speaks Spanish.
And there we go.
I'd be up, man.
They look very happy with the pick.
They do look very happy.
Showing the war room. And, hey, Bleacher Report placed in there that they kind of think there's a little Tyrese Halliburton in there. You can use all the luck you can get with the way that kid played in the playoffs.
Right. I like that.
Yeah.
Not going to get any complaints out of me.
No, I wouldn't think you would.
I think that's
or anybody that roots for the Miami Heat.
No, I think it's
here in the nation.
Look, it's an exciting thing. And by the way, his teammate Will Riley went the next pick to Utah. So a couple of Illini going back to back here in this first round. But your Miami Heat, that war room did look fired up. A lot of cheesing going on over there.
Yeah.
Feeling like they got away with one there. Like they felt like it fell right in their favor. So that's an exciting thing. 15 points a game last year for Yakuchonis, 5.7 rebounds, 4.7 assists, shot 44% from the field. And now your newest member of the Miami Heat. Gonna have to find a new number, though. 32's in the rafters.
Yeah, that's a tough one, huh? 33's in the rafters, too. So.
34's available. You want to give him that?
Let's see what maybe
sounds more like a guard type number would be better.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I liked it. You know what was funny? One of my favorite things on Inside the Heat was when they showed Kel'el Ware getting drafted, the behind the scenes, and he's there from media relations Michael Isak, just kind of walking back, and Mike just gives him the iPhone and it's just like, yeah, these are the numbers that are available. If it's red, it's out. And so you could just see him like, boop, I'm picking 7.
Oh, not like the knucklehead on the Giants. The Giants who wanted to get
everybody. Yeah, that's a new thing. Everybody's like, oh, well, why can't they just unretire it?
Yeah, just because it was done last year. Some retired, guy had passed on. His family said, sure, that'd be a great way to remember him. And then all of a sudden, this guy shows up and actually discusses the fact that he could have been 11 or 56, 2 of the few numbers the franchise has ever turned down. But it makes no difference what his number is. There's plenty of good numbers available in the Miami Heat, roster that I can't even think about right now that would kind of fit him. But who knows?
All right, gentlemen, let's take a break. For those of you who are going to stick around with us, we are expecting to talk to Kasparis Yakuchonis at some point in the next couple minutes. He's going to make the media rounds. He's going to, I'm sure, at some point, connect with Eric Reed and Uptown Dale and Mike Biamonte, the PA announcer, who are all here at Heat HQ. But we're hoping to get him on the line as well. And we'll get you one of the first live interviews with the newest member of the Miami Heat. If you're just joining us, the Heat go with Kasparis Yakuchonis with the 20th overall selection in the 2025 NBA Draft. We'll take a break live from the Kaseya Center in downtown Miami. You're listening to Tobin, Tommy Tig, and Solana right here on your radio home for Miami Heat basketball.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Super savings start now at Kendall Toyota with huge savings on the best-selling Toyota Tacoma and Toyota Tundras with up to $5,000 off new 2025 Toyota Tundra Crew Cab SR5s. It's all at Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560. Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Super savings start now at Kendall Toyota with huge savings on the best-selling Toyota Tacoma and Toyota Tundras with up to $5,000 off new 2025 Toyota Tundra Crew Cab SR5s. It's all at Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
55 winners, 3-0. Cleveland beats Toronto 5-4. Texas beats Baltimore 7-0. San Diego shuts out Washington 1-0. The White Sox with a rare victory today, 7-3, of course, because I didn't bet them. And LA, the Angels, beats Boston 5-2. Brewers win 4-2 over the Pirates.
At Kendall Toyota, our best selection of the year is on sale now. Huge inventory of new Toyota Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, RAV4s, and more. Or save thousands on pre-owned vehicles with select models slashed up to 50% off their original selling price. Our goal at Kendall Toyota is 100% credit approval, and paperless financing makes buying easy in 45 minutes or less, guaranteed. All on sale, all month long at the all-time in the 305. First in Miami since 1969. Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We've made it easy to listen to WQAM. Just download the free Odyssey app to listen to all of our shows live or on demand. Plus, there's the cool Rewind feature where you can listen to any part of any show you might have missed anytime. Get it now and make WQAM your favorite station.
Let's get back to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft with Tobin and Solana, live from the Kaseya Center on the home of the Heat, AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The newest member of your Miami Heat, Kasparas Yakuchonis. Tobin and I were just saying off the air, welcome back to our coverage here live from the Kaseya Center, the official Miami Heat watch party. We're hoping to have the newest member of the team on the show at some point over the next, hopefully, couple of minutes. But it kind of sounds like people were saying this could end up being the steal of the draft. Now, obviously, it's too early to definitively say, but, man, people are really high on this pick right now. And I'm not just talking about those of us here in the building, obviously the hype here. I'm talking about, some draft experts and NBA analysts seem to really like this pick for the Miami Heat.
I mean, it's definitely one of those things where, you think to Jaime Jaquez. Remember, he didn't say that he had a lot of, touch base a lot with Miami because he didn't think that he was going to be pick where he was. Justice Winslow is a famous one where, like, people didn't think Justice was going to fall that far. Caron Butler. So Miami's had some good fortune shine on them sometimes with some of these slippages in the draft. Some of the video from Pat Riley. Pat Riley's looking like he's having a good time in the war room with this pick, Tommy.
Yeah, there's no question. They seem to enjoy it after seeing the pictures of up in the war room. It wasn't just Pat stood up and pretty much really enjoyed it the most. But the other guys, hey, there's not one dissenting vote in there. This looked like everybody was on board with this kid, realizing that he had slipped into their hands at the 20th spot. That's great to see that they are able to get somebody that fits exactly what they believe they want to have, especially in the offensive end. Supposedly not a great defender, but who cares tonight? When he gets in the system, he'll figure it out. The kid's only 19 years of age.
I'll tell you what, Tommy, I'm not too worried about the defensive side of the basketball. I realize that's a priority.
Right now.
Yeah. And I realize that's a priority for this organization. And look, we can talk about the mantra if we want. We don't have to do that. But look, I mean, defense has been something that they're always going to be able to figure out, especially having Bam Adebayo in the mix. Mm-hmm. This kid has athleticism. Clearly, he's only 19, as you mentioned. He's 6'6". At the end of the day, I mean, I know a highlight package can make anybody look good, so I don't want to get carried away, but clearly has handles and can create separation out on the perimeter. I'm seeing some decent dribble moves as well, getting to the rim, but more importantly, an excellent playmaker. I'm just thinking of the possibilities there with Khalil and Bam in that pick and roll.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking with Yakuchonis is I'm thinking about those playmaking abilities, and I'm thinking about Khalil Ware lobs, dude. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, can you see the big fella who likes to take his orders, get to those big hands? Can he give you some fancy no-look passes to him and get some big dunks in here? Because, look, that facilitating off the bench, like, it is needed on this team. I mean, essentially, like, who is your best playmaker who comes off the bench right now? Is it Jovic? Like, for right now, it's a bit of a tough call. So, like, I don't know what his workload's going to be like coming into this year. It's a little bit hard to tell that he do like to slow roll some of these guys, especially somebody in his age range, but certainly something that's needed. And I would venture to guess that it's something where he's going to probably start, coming off as in that bench role. But man, I think he's got some fun targets to try and set up there, especially with his bigs.
Just interests me where exactly he would fit in as far as with his skill set on that second unit. I mean, can he almost be the point guard that we're kind of hoping that they would find with his ability, not as a ball handler, but as somebody who could set other people up in addition to getting his own offense together? It's something we'll have to wait and see, and we'll see how whoever decides to put him in the lineup in the summer league, whether they go right to that direction to try to get an idea of what he can do for them offensively.
It really is an exciting thing to think about, right? Like I was saying earlier, Bam can be your point forward or your point guard.
Or Jovic.
I mean, at the end of the day, offense is running through him most of the time. Most actions will go through number 13. And somehow, some way, whether he's setting the initial screen, whether the first action actually starts with him bringing the ball up or him at the high left or high right side, or even just him finding the ball at the elbow and then allowing everybody else to go get to where they need to be, set screens and get around them, find the open spaces on the floor. You mentioned Nikola Jovic. It can open up so much space for Tyler Hero, which has to be a huge priority. If the Miami Heat weren't going to make a massive splash, whether via trade or whether via free agency, obviously they don't land Kevin Durant. You have to continue to find ways to get Tyler Hero in a position where he doesn't have to do absolutely all of the scoring, especially in pivotal moments. And you're right, Tommy. Like, if he can be that ball handler or an extra one, I see the vision there.
I think the extra one is a real good way of putting it, because at least from the start, I might be wrong. I've seen enough of him in the Big Ten with two teams, the actual ones I root for in the conference. I've seen the kid play, and he has ability to do certain things. It's just that where they want to set him up in the offense is what I'm extremely intrigued in, with the athleticism that he showed the times that I was able to watch him play. He could shoot the ball a little. The thing I've said before, I'll talk about his offense because I already made my comment on defense. But offensively, you see so many different things that he's able to do. And I think that overrides the fact of anything that he does not do as a 19-year-old player in this league.
Yeah, and I think he averaged it was a little loose with the basketball last year, just under four turnovers a game. So like there was some challenges there. But again, like you're talking like maybe something that would worry me if you're talking about a 4-year player, and that was something that never went away. Like you are going to expect, even with a freshman coming with over from Europe, like there's going to be some growing pains there.
Oh, there is. 15, 5, and 4.5 is what he averaged and made third team Big Ten. I mean, that's saying something already for a freshman. And what? He was in the running for Big Ten Freshman of the Year if he did not win the award.
Right.
So there's no question in anybody's mind what he's able to do. I don't think many people thought that because we were so inundated with the same 3-4 guys. That was one guy that we thought wouldn't even be up there for us to even think about at this stage of the night. But that he ends up falling into the lap, it's a really good sign. And I know this team upstairs has scouted him, time and time again. Even if they didn't bring him in, I think they kind of like the idea of what he was able to bring to the table with some of the things they saw maybe, in the combine or some of his games in the regular season.
Going to pick 23 is what we're up to. So there hasn't been too much action since the Miami Heat making their pick. But they have just taken Asa Newell from Georgia forward.
Another player that people thought, would be in that 15 to 20 range.
Yep.
But again, the way you've seen some of these things, especially when they had the center run, that kind of changed a few things. Newell could fit in, but depending on where he ends up, because it seems like every single team is trading the player they pick to somebody else. So it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to sit here and say, what a great job he could do for the Pelicans when they say they proposed trade to the Hawks.
Tommy, this has been, I don't know, has this been the draft that feels like the most trades? I'm like, I don't feel like I'm overstepping it there.
No, I don't think you are. I think you might be right. And we still have, 6 more picks to go in the round? So anything could happen, and maybe all 6 of them will end up on other teams than the ones they're going to get drafted by.
Really wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that is kind of what was being talked about over the past couple of days. Like just how chaotic things can get. And it got there for the first, I don't know, or I should say like the second hour of the draft today. It started with the 11th pick being traded, and it kind of carried into the next 5 or 6 picks.
Right.
But with the way that, this draft kind of played out for the Miami Heat, it is kind of interesting when you look at it because, Tobin, you had mentioned it, from pick 13 down to pick number 17, 4 consecutive forward/centers are taken, and 4 out of those 5 picks are centers, including Carter Bryant, who's a forward. So it kind of played out to the Heat's favor where, who knows, maybe, Traore, Clayton Jr. and Yaku Jonas end up going 13, 14, 15, 16, and all of a sudden things shift dramatically for the Miami Heat.
Right.
So it is interesting how it worked out in their favor that a bunch of bigs went in that middle range of the first
4
round.
4 out of 5, like Brendan said.
Right.
Yeah.
Giving the Heat that opportunity to have almost like their pick at the type of player they were really looking to add.
Well, and then you think about, okay, the 2 names we probably talked about the most, and Traore and Clayton going right before them. So it is one of those where it did line up, but it seems like they did get a great talent to fall for them, and it's going to be exciting to see what he does. And I think it's going to be a fun summer league ahead for this Heat team once he gets down here. But again, I do feel like this front office has earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to this drafting. They've been knocking it down lately when it comes to these picks.
Yeah, now they have 15 players on the roster, 15 players, including the qualifying offer.
Right.
For
With
Davion
Mitchell, yeah.
And, who knows what's going to happen in the Duncan Robinson situation.
Right.
And then, we're still looking at it's not like the trade deadline is over.
Right.
I mean, there's still possibilities of making moves with who is currently on the roster at this point. So I still expect, even though they can't really go after real free agents, but maybe pick up one like they did. Alec Burks is still sitting out there among other guys that are there. It's just a question of, if you have these guys, there's improvement going to be needed, and hope for the best with some of the players that you have out there if this is what you're going to bring to the table. But I still think that there's room to make other moves if needed, if necessary.
Absolutely. Tommy, I don't think there's going to be a lack of chatter and rumors and speculation regarding the Heat and trades leading all the way up to the February deadline.
Oh, sure.
In 2026. I think it's
I
just
was
going to
thinking
be
before the season this year.
Oh,
but
for
yeah,
sure.
it could go all the way up to the deadline, of course.
I just think it's going to be one of those seasons, right, leading up to next offseason where there seems to be more of a hard reset in the cap, and a lot of teams are going to have a lot more flexibility to make those types of moves, unlike this offseason where everything had to happen via trade and in that route. But look, I mean, it's interesting. A guy like Alec Burks, who was very public in saying, hey, I would love to be back. And look, there were times last year where Alec Burks really pulled the Heat out of some messy situations. But do the Heat, would they rather prioritize giving minutes to somebody like the guy that they just selected in the first round? Would they rather give those minutes to somebody who, perhaps is younger and needs more of the reps compared to last season, where you still entered the year feeling like you were in a position where you had to get guys with veteran experience and could fill those types of roles because you thought you were contending going into the season?
Going to be exciting. We should be getting a hold of Kasparas we're hoping in about 10 or so minutes.
Yeah.
So your Miami Heat first-round pick from Illinois, Kasparas Yakuchonis, is going to get set to join us, which is going to be really exciting to get his feelings on what's got to be a life-changing night for him. The one good thing is, look, if you do fall in the draft and then you end up in an organization like this, I think you're going to be pretty fortunate that they saw something in him and see where this all unfolds for him. But it's an interesting pick, man. I'm not look, I think a lot of the names that we talked about, weren't there. And then, to have a talent like this kind of fall to Miami's way is an exciting thing.
I think so. I really do. Are you? Have you gotten a decent feel, the pulse of Heat Nation, Tobin, yet on social media?
I think most people are pretty happy about it because they know it feels very much like they feel like they got one of the steals of the draft. I think you got the people who are just genuinely on angst right now just because of the way the season ended. But I think for the most part, people are pretty positive about it.
This from Heat Muse. Only 2 freshmen averaged 15 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, and 4 assists per game last season. Cooper Flagg and Kasparas Yakuchonis.
So he should have gone second.
Yeah.
Now that's a steal of the draft, that's for sure.
I'm looking at.
I think we definitely like the pick. There's no question. Yeah. The upside of it is very good, especially when you consider, like I said, how young he is. He's just scratching the surface of how good he believes he can be, and I think the Heat will get it out of him the way that the player development situation is around here. That's why it'll be very, very interesting to see how they like to use him.
It's going to be cool to see those moments, too, where, he gets to get the welcome down here to South Florida. You play your college basketball in Illinois. You're from Lithuania. I know that he says he speaks Spanish, playing a little time in Spain.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be a cool experience, I imagine, once you get here. I love those days when the draft picks get introduced down here. I think it's just such a cool moment to see that they get to live out their dream and their life changes a little bit.
Well, I get the feeling that'll be Friday. He gets down here because, heck, Summer League is coming up right around the corner. I think it starts right after the 4th of July.
Yeah.
In San Francisco.
2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. Then you're out to Vegas, so the kid's not even going to get a chance to stay around here for a period of time. But as soon as he gets back from that and gets his ball bearings underneath him, he'll figure something out, and they'll put him right into the player development situation. And then the sky's the limit for what he's able to do with some of the things we've seen that the highlight packages are throwing up there, on Twitter and everywhere else.
He does have a fun highlight package. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot. There's a lot of. That's a great pass. Like that's a technical term. You guys can use that.
Like you said, wait a second, hold on. You've seen highlight packages before of an awful lot of people that doesn't turn into anything. I think this could be one of the exceptions going on the positive end for so many things that he's able to do.
Yeah, I don't like to get carried away with the highlight package 18 seconds after a guy's been drafted because, again, like I could make a highlight package of you, Tobin, taking free throws and make it look great.
Well, I still want to take the ones with you, with the 8 and 9 or 9 of 10 you're going to put in.
Yeah, well,
Dale's over there with the golf pants, so why don't you go?
Let's wait for the dancers to stop shooting. That way, if they shoot better than me, I don't feel as embarrassed. I'll go over there, Tommy. I'll knock in 8 of 10 right away.
I'll bet you will.
Here's what DraftExpress.com has written about the newest member of the Miami Heat, Kasparas Yakuchonis. They write, he is the type of guard every NBA team is looking for with the size, playmaking, shot-making prowess, toughness, and feel for the game he possesses. Feel very strongly, they write, that he is going to be an outstanding NBA player. And based on Pat Riley's reaction to the pick from the video we saw
He's with
of HQ, Pat Riley would agree with that assessment because he was giving finger guns and finger pointing to a couple different people.
I think I saw him
there.
air some no-look passes, too. He was getting in the mood. But it's interesting. I've seen some of the quotes that say that he did not work out for Miami in the pre-draft process from some of the beat reporters. Anthony Chang obviously was projected to be a lottery pick, so probably didn't think that he was going to end up here. So I'm sure it was an interesting night of emotion.
He wasn't doing an Ace Bailey? He just wasn't working out for teams?
No, I don't think so. I mean, and I think it's an interesting scenario where the Heat probably look at the talent. They're like, wow, this is all kind of coming together for us in this fashion. It's an interesting night.
And there's still a few more picks to go on the board as number 25 from Orlando has already been picked. The pick is in. We still have 5 to go after this one as we're waiting for the newest Heat member of the squad to join us.
Yeah. So should I talk to him in Spanish since he says he knows a little bit of Spanish?
Try that,
I mean, give it a shot. See how welcome he feels.
We'll just do the entire interview in Spanish.
Please.
I like
it. Go right ahead.
Yeah. I'll send it to La
Radio
Voz,
Mambi.
Jose Paneda, and try to get it on Radio Mambi.
Eric Reed's talking to him to the arena right now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So we
see.
Get him after E. Reed, I would imagine. What happened, Tobin? We don't have enough pool to get him before Eric Reed?
I don't think so, dude. That's a Heat OG.
Yeah, I mean, he should have his number up on the board here. Yeah, a little microphone.
I would imagine at some point he will, right?
Hopefully a long time from now.
Yeah.
Oh, Jace Richardson just went.
Jace Richardson just got selected by
Orlando.
Just got selected by Orlando.
But then again, the pick probably got traded anyway. So he's on Orlando. He's going to wear the Orlando hat for at least a couple of seconds.
There we go. We have Kasparas Yakuchonis talking to Eric Reed, and then he'll join.
Looks good in that Heat hat, I got to say. I didn't get to see his podium pick, but he looks like he wears it well.
I like the look that he's rocking too, just like classic tan suit.
Yep.
Not trying
like
to go,
Glenn Rice.
Not trying to be cutesy. Yeah, it kind of does look like the Glenn Rice fit from back in 1989. It didn't go cutesy, you know, with the open jacket, the open no shirt.
You meant the guy no shirt?
Yeah.
The one I tried to rock.
A little too flashy for somebody going out of the top 10, if you ask me, but whatever.
Fans here getting a chance to hear from their first-round pick. We expect to talk to him pretty soon.
By the way, I looked up the pronunciation for anybody playing along at home, and it is Kasparas
Playing along at home.
Yakuchonis. Yakuchonis.
How about it?
Kasparas Yakuchonis.
Love it. I am excited to see what Mike Biamonte can do with that one.
Oh, hell yeah. That should be fun.
Do you think he goes, Kasparas Yakuchonis? Or does he go, Yakuchonis?
I think he's going to hit you with a quick Kasparas Yakuchonis.
Ooh, I like that.
I believe I do the best fake.
That was
Mike
good.
B.
No, I kind of felt like he was here.
I'll send that to
I mean,
him.
he was here,
I can't wait till October 1st.
I'll shoot that over
Just
to
for
him
all
and
that.
see what he thinks.
to hear the two of them, see how close he gets to be Michael B.
Was that real Mike B or fake Mike B?
I think
We'll
it's
do,
I think it'll be fake.
We'll
In the pregame show. In fact, they'll do it when the first game in Puerto Rico.
All right, so he's wrapping up right now
Very
with Eric
cool.
Reed, which
the crowd here getting to see their first round pick, excited about it, and that has been it has been a fun run so far.
Sure.
For Kasparas Yakuchonis getting selected by the Miami Heat tonight at number 20 overall in a draft. Thought of that he was going to go a lot higher than that, and so the Heat fortunate to have a talent fall to them at 20. Playmaking, sensational guard from the Fighting Illini.
just looks like a gritty guy too, right? Like has that heat feel to him.
You know what? Somebody actually put on the internet a bigger Goran Dragic.
I like that.
Reminds him an awful lot with the style of play.
Tobin, keep your pants on.
You don't need
Come
this.
on, Tobin.
You don't need to
Just thought I'd
sell
get
me
you
on
going.
that. Love me some Gogi.
Yeah, what I tell you, huh?
You want to talk about, throwing your face into it. Literally, Goran Dragic put his chiclets on this hardwood for this franchise.
Absolutely did.
Several chiclets, man. Several chiclets.
Well, we can only hope. If he has half of a career like Goran Dragic, you're onto something.
By the way, if you're just joining us, in case anybody's tuning in right now and finding out why these guys are just a bunch of rambling fools, we are awaiting the newest member of the Miami Heat with the 20th overall selection in the NBA draft. The Miami Heat select out of Illinois, Kasparas Yakuchonis. He is the newest member of the Heat, and we're expecting him to call in any second now.
It really is a fun young core that Miami does have, though. Like, you think about it's interesting now that Bam is the veteran leader. I remember D Wade even saying, like, look at Bam, he's vet Bam now, and he's all of going to be 27 this summer or 28 this summer.
28.
And Tyler Hero going to turn 26 in the midst of this, and then you got Khalil and Nico and now Kasparas to put together. It's a fun group, and it's going to be a fun summer league to see what this kid has in a Heat jersey for the first time.
I love the way Bam talked about Wade when he met him for the first time. What do I call you? Do I call you Mr. Wade? As his teammate.
Let's see.
2018.
Let's see if Mike B.
He's taking pictures.
I'm just throwing
You're
this out
stopping him
here.
now?
Sorry. Just throwing this out there. Kasparas Yakuchonis. Take it or leave it.
Don't tell him how to do his
marinate.
That's exactly right. Don't tell the man how to do his job.
He's almost insulted that you offered it an example. Thank you.
Oh man, I think
it's not a suggestion box with Mike Biamonte.
I think my relationship with the Heat's PA announcer just went down the drain, gentlemen. I don't believe he is a big fan of mine anymore.
Because you felt too froggy. You thought that your impression was too good.
Well, you gassed me up a little bit.
It was better the first time.
It was good, but I don't. I'm not the man himself. It's kind of one of those things like when you do an impression of somebody famous, and then you have to do it to them. And they're like, I don't know if it's as good. Maybe it's better for my friends. Yeah. Should have just kept it to myself.
Should I give him my Luol Deng impression?
No, that's okay.
Let's
save it for another time.
They're already shutting the lights off on us.
Yeah,
I know. Well, he signed off. Everybody has signed off.
Yeah,
we're the
only ones left.
Until Tony comes here for Heat Camp.
We're going to be here
about 3 hours.
Kasparas is actually flying down. He's going to join us in person. That's when he'll get here.
Surprised our engineer Steph is still awake. Barely, right? Hanging in there, man.
This draft was bananas, though. Like, there was so many trades that was going wild.
It's probably still have a few more
for a draft that had like no buzz to start it with the first 4 picks. But then once we got to 9, it was like, this guy went here, and this guy went here, and this guy, and then Miami just like kind of let the board fall to them.
It's all Ace Bailey's fault.
Didn't look pleased to go to Utah, by the way.
This place
neither did Walter Clayton.
He did not. He did not.
Or what's his name? Riley from Illinois, who was the pick right after at 21.
Yeah.
Pretty funny, man. This is a wild one. So
all right, we're still waiting. What's going on here? Let's see if I can
Any minute now. Maybe he's got to go to the bathroom.
Who do you have to call after
hold left and right?
Yeah. Well, maybe he's got an international phone.
Maybe he's on Lithuanian radio.
Right. Just taking some time.
They got to be fired up.
Yes, of course. Taking a while. You know.
I wonder what that call. You think that call from Pat Riley's Goosey's for him though? Like when you get to talk to a legend like that.
Oh man, I like to believe so, but I'm so biased. I mean, to me, like growing up, Tobin, a little different. Born in '94 than this kid born in 2006.
You
right?
think he knows?
Oh, they have. Yes, no.
Has
Pat
to,
Riley,
right?
But
You
does
would hope to
does
think
it still
so.
mean the same thing to
Yeah.
somebody born in 2006
without
as
a
it
doubt.
does in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s?
Right.
Yeah, got to feel like that's got to have a little bit of juice to
Yeah,
it.
for
A little
sure.
bit of a feeling for him.
Sure. They have officially turned off the ball and flame right in the middle of the Kaseya Center. You ever seen it drop down like this, Tobin?
I feel like I have. I feel like when they showed it off to us the first time, I think it did. That's pretty wild.
Tommy, unfortunately, they're taking the basketballs away, so I'm not going to be able to show off my shooting ability.
Yeah, I've heard that many times in the past. We'll have to get you out there after a practice or something.
All right.
What are we at? So we through the first round right now. We got Brooklyn with one of their gazillion picks.
Yeah.
Still
27.
They've kept them all? Did they trade any of them? I can't keep up. I think they've kept them all. Now they're here. They just own the bottom of the draft.
They traded one yesterday in the Niang deal.
They drafted
for what's his name and Mann and Porzingis in that trade. Brooklyn picked up their 5th pick.
Kings of the three-way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have 4 in the first round, and they just drafted Ben Saraf out of Israel.
Boy, have they picked up some interesting playmakers. All Europeans.
Now on the clock again, and then following that to round out the first round, the Boston Celtics.
McNeely, that's their kind of player. He'll fit the mold on the bench.
I'll tell you what, man. Nobody named Danny Wolf is going to be a good NBA player.
You don't know that. You
like Joe Wolf.
That's got bus written all over
What are
him.
you talking about?
Even though, not really a bus.
If he was
taken late in the first round.
If he was taken by the Heat, we would be howling right now. Literally, like we would be like wolves. We would be stealing the Timberwolves bit. But he wasn't. So
Thank
I'll
God.
sign on with what you say.
Thank God.
Liam McNeely also sitting there still on the draft board. As we're hitting about 27.
Kasparis is calling us in a few.
Yeah.
In a few?
In a few.
In a few.
All right. That's vague. Tell him I'll wait, but he's got to make the Hall of Fame. That's the payoff.
Well,
He's got to get up in the rafters.
Hear what Pat has to say. Aren't you going into the interview room?
I mean, it depends how long I got to keep waiting, Tommy. I'm not sure.
Well, instead of Kasparis, can we get Riley on the phone then? Get his immediate reaction.
I just want him to get Pat on StreamYard and give us finger guns.
Man, he was jacked the F
It
up.
looked like a fun war room tonight. I'd love to be in a war room for a draft. That seems like a great time.
Yeah, the problem is you're the guy that would be howling.
I would be. I think you need a guy to keep it loose. Be like, all right, guys, what do you think about this? Although after my Kevin Durant rant, I don't think I'm going to get the invitation anytime soon.
How long did you go on that? 3 hours?
I like to say it was 3 hours, Tommy, but it was a furious 5 minutes.
That's it?
You know,
Okay.
that it was boiled down to. And then, but you know what the thing is like once it's out, I'm not that upset anymore. Just needs to be out once, and then I'm good. Because you want to know something? Never wanted Kevin Durant. I'm a Yakuchones guy now. Is that his name?
Danny Wolf to Brooklyn.
Bust. Kasparis Yakuchonis, Tobin. That is the newest member of the Miami Heat. Kasparis Yakuchonis.
My dude, Kasparis.
And they've already traded Drake Powell to Brooklyn. Newell got traded to Atlanta. The last 7 people got traded, I think.
They're just swapping all around. They're like, all right, which
Nick Clifford got traded.
Good luck to Shams, by the way,
Sacramento.
who has to, 1, gather all this information, and 2, remember all this information off the top of his head when he's talking about it.
Yep, absolutely. At this point, too, you got to feel like, you know what? Maybe we should just get NBA hats and not just roll with different teams, because who can keep up at this point?
NBA draft hats. I'm with you.
Just like a NBA logo, just be like happy to be drafted.
Fellas, they are turning the lights
They're
off.
turning off the lights. Do they not know?
I think we should.
Hey, we're waiting for Kasparis.
They're like, huh?
Who's that?
I don't know.
Who, Kasparis?
There's definitely, look. If I'm struggling with his name, the guys who are closing the set are going to struggle with his name too.
Yeah.
So no judgment.
Well, don't worry, because Mike Biamonte got some decent advice.
Oh yeah, he seemed like he was all
From a rambling
what you were taking. Fun night though.
Leroy still in the jacuzzi, you think?
It's 11 o'clock, dude. He's in bed. He's in bed.
He's an early riser, right? Early riser.
He is.
Yeah,
he is. He's an early riser, but he's maybe going to miss out on his boy Danny Wolf, Michigan Wolverine.
Let him know I said I think.
Who started his career at Yale?
He's a
He
bust.
did Ivy League. He was Ivy League Player of the Year or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that guy will be out of the league in 3 years.
He's on Brooklyn. Might be 4.
Yeah, he's gonna have some time. Pretty crazy.
Do we have Brittany? Do we have the newest member of the Miami Heat? I'm getting some thumbs up. All right, let's go, Tommy. We have the newest member of the Miami Heat, Kasparas Yakuchonis. Welcome in. You're listening. You're joining the official Miami Heat Radio Draft Party Special. It's Brennan Tobin, it's Tommy Tig, it's Alejandro Solana. You are the newest member of the Miami Heat. How does that sound?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really excited. I'm so excited to just be the part of the program and can't wait to start.
Kasparas, give me a guy you grew up watching and you like to model your game after. Give me like one or two of your favorite players that like you imagine being, and that's who you modeled your game after.
When I was very little, I used to watch LeBron a lot, and he was the guy that I fell in love with basketball with. And after, when I was in Spain, before going to Spain, I watched Luka when he was in Madrid, playing for Real Madrid, and me after I went to play for FC Barcelona. So I spent 3 years in Spain, and now I'm here. So.
How much do you think the Big Ten prepared you for NBA basketball and anything you did before that, either with FC Barcelona or your earlier days over in Europe?
Yeah, I think every team I went through in my career helped me a lot, especially when I moved to Spain when I was 15. I had to learn new language, learn new culture, play with new players, and just I grew up a lot as a person and as a player there. And after that, I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to have harder paths. That's why I went to college. And I think college gets you more ready for sure.
Kasparas, what do you know about the city of Miami? You're coming down to Miami-Dade County, 305. You find out that you're getting drafted by this organization. What's the first thing that pops into your head when you say to yourself, I'm going to Miami?
So definitely great weather, great food, and Latin culture. I speak Spanish.
So you speak Spanish, right?
Yeah, I speak Spanish. So
bienvenido, Kasparas.
Muchas gracias.
Kasparas, so can you take us to the moment when it happened? Because I understand you didn't work out for Miami. As draft nights happen, you get that call from Miami, you hear from Pat Riley. Like, what was that moment like when you finally get your dream to happen?
Yeah, it was amazing. I'm so grateful to be in this position right now and just try to enjoy the moment. But after that, it's just the beginning of something new, so I'm ready to work.
Was there any specific message Pat Riley had for you?
Not yet, but we'll see.
Oh, it's coming, believe me, to tell you the truth. Pat Riley will have a positive message for you with the game that you play. But last thing from me, how much do you know about the Miami Heat? Not just the current group. You talked about, growing up and watching LeBron play. That's going back about 10, 12 years. But how much do you know about the current club and what you like about the team, if you've seen enough about them to have an idea of what it's all about here?
Yeah, I love the toughness. I like the desire to win every game, going with 100% effort and trying to win every game because every game matters, and just the team plays as a team, sharing the ball well, getting great shots. So I'm just happy to be part of it.
Have a lot of people reached out to you already? I imagine a lot of family have reached out to you, friends from overseas, friends from college. What's that experience been like? I imagine your Instagram DMs, your phone, your messages, your Twitter DMs, all that stuff. It must be going crazy right now.
I have no idea, to be honest, because I don't have my phone now. My sister has my phone somewhere, so I didn't even check my phone and probably won't check for longer.
All right. Kasparas Yakuchonis, hey, we all really appreciate you joining us. Congratulations, by the way. Must be a dream come true for you. I think I speak for our entire radio broadcast here, but everybody, not only in Miami, but in the Kaseya Center right now, where you'll be soon. We're very much looking forward to meeting you and watching you put on a Miami Heat jersey. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much. Can't wait.
All right, there you go.
All right,
Kasparas Yakuchonis.
Congrats, Kasparas. Welcome to Miami.
Congrats, man. All right.
Hey.
What'd you guys think?
I like it, dude.
Of your Spanish, that part of the interview?
You know me. I love an accent.
I know you do. I knew you would.
Worth
all
the
right,
wait.
gentlemen. All right, that's going to do it for us here. That was fun.
That was fun.
It was.
All right.
As much rambling as we did in the last 30 minutes.
Well,
Definitely did.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we're fine.
It was worth it. It was worth it. There you go. Kasparas Yakuchonis, the newest member of the Miami Heat. Thank you very much to our engineer, Steph. Thank you to Ben Rivera, who helped us put this entire production on. Brittany back in the studio did an excellent job. And thank you very much to Selena from the Miami Heat, Michael McCullough, the entire team that allowed us to come out here and do this show. The next time we talk to you will be either Media Day or the Red, White, and Pink game. Enjoy your summer, Heat fans. We've got Summer League, and then before you know it, another edition of Miami Heat basketball. Tobin, thank you very much for being here, man. I genuinely appreciate it. And Tommy Tig, it is always an absolute honor to be on the airwaves with you. To everybody who tuned in, have a great night. Go Heat. Go Jasper Yakuchonis. Kasparas Yakuchonis. That's going to take some time. And we'll all speak to you, Tobin, tomorrow, 10 to 2. And I'll speak to you 2 to 6 mañana.
Football coverage on WQAM is sponsored by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great